Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Professor Day. You are on mute, I think.
How are you, Amit? Long time no see.
Hi, Amit. Hi, Gabriel.
Hello.
Amit.
Hello, Gay. Yeah. Hi. So, you met Professor Rahul Day. He'll be chairing this session.
Nice to meet
Hi,
you, sir.
Sylvia.
Hi, hello Rahul, good to see you. Hi Amit. Hello everybody, good to see you. It's
Good to see Sylvia, Gabriel, and I
I
think
don't
Manish will also join, Dr. Manish Gupta and Mr. Mohan Das.
Okay.
so I reckon it's the afternoon there. It's 9:30 here. There is a lot of snow.
Oh,
Yeah, this is Oslo. There's a lot of snow.
oh, you're in
Okay.
Oslo.
I'm in Oslo. I moved to the University of Oslo 6 months ago, Rahul.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
Yes, yeah, that's a little
nice.
news. Yes, I'm not in England anymore.
Oh, okay. So you're with Sandeep and
Exactly, the same department as Sandeep Sahai. Yeah.
oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we
Hope
don't
things
have
are.
snow. We have bright sunlight here in Bangalore.
I miss Bangalore a lot. Hope things are good at your end, Rahul, Amit, my friends in Bangalore.
All good. All good. How is it in Thailand, Bangkok? Gay, you're joining from Bangkok, right?
I'm joining from Chiang Mai.
Chiang Mai. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Chiang
I
Mai.
feel very fortunate to be here. Bangkok is still under modified movement restrictions because they had a surge in COVID-19 cases over the holidays. But here in Chiang Mai, we've been zero local transmission for about 2 weeks now. So
Okay, so that's good.
quite better.
Wait.
And Amit, are you in Kerala at the moment for the conference, or you're
No, no,
in
I'm in Bangalore. I'm in
Bangalore?
Bangalore. I'm in
How
Bangalore.
is
Professor Rahul Day is in Bangalore.
and how
Sylvia
are
is
things in
in
Bangalore?
Oslo, Norway. I think, yeah. Let me, you have been given co-host permissions. So if you want, you can share your slides.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I guess the plan is we'll start with Professor Gopinath will speak for some time, and then I'll introduce Professor Rahul Day, and then you can take over.
Okay.
Excuse me, I will just close my curtains back there because there's a glare.
So Dr. Santosh, do let us know when to start.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I don't see Dr.
Sir,
Manish
sir
Gupta
on
here.
1 minute also there. By 2 I start.
Dr. Das, Mohan Das, has he joined?
Uh,
I
Mr.
don't
Das
see him
Tripti.
here, and I don't see.
He will join, sir. He will join. Dr. Mohan Das.
Right.
Mohan Das sir.
Is the host. Uh, when Dr. Manish Gupta joins, please make him also a co-host.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. On behalf of Kerala State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, I welcome our esteemed guest to the Kerala Look Ahead Conference. We are honored to have you here today in the session on e-governance. This is the second session. Before we proceed to the session, I would like to draw kind attention of all participants towards certain guidelines to be followed in this online conference session. I request all participants to mute their audio while others are speaking. Participants are requested to address their queries through the chat box and use the discussion time to express their views or clarify their doubts. I also request speakers to strictly adhere to the scheduled time of their sessions. We look forward to an interesting session. I now request Dr. Saji Gopinath for the welcome address. Over to Dr. Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Digital Science, Innovation and Technology. Sir.
Good afternoon. Chair of the session, Professor Rahul De, other eminent panelists, invitees, and friends. After a very exciting session, the first session on e-governance, where we looked at citizen access to the resources, services, and the empowerment, where we looked at more from the angle of the receiver or the citizen. I think this session we will be moving to the other side of the government. We know that the good governance comes when the good decision making happens. Now, if you look at the e-governance itself, we generally speak at multiple levels. And like in the morning, when the secretary mentioned, Kerala had an early entry into the e-governance space by creating citizen service centers or Akshaya centers, which later adopted nationally. One of the key things which we generally do is we generally look at automation of the services, providing online services, etc. But after that, all these actually generate a substantive amount of data. Now, more often than not, we find that this interoperability of the systems is actually a challenge. Because even though we speak about India enterprise architecture and many of the integrated and optimized processes, more often than not, there are subtle challenges in doing that. And that is something I believe this session will be speaking in or going into the depth in a much more detail. Because when you move from e-government, we need to move to a smart government, a government which takes the decisions primarily based upon the data, and not only data, do the analytics to come out from the intelligent part of it. I'll just briefly touch upon two specific aspects on this which we were working on. We know that typically every government get a lot of representation from the people, and there are schemes which supports those people. But we did a small exercise with the type of representations the Honorable Chief Minister is getting, and we found that many times if a small policy changes have happened, very small policy changes happen, actually the type of services can be extended to much more number of people. But often this doesn't happen in a manual model, because in a manual model you don't get the aggregated view of the data. So a very simple business analytics will tell you that a small changes in policies, which can actually come as a policy parameter in the later stage, can actually help extend the services of the government, extend the benefits to the citizens in a big manner. And that's primarily where I think this integrated architecture becomes very important thing. The integration of the services becomes a very important thing. And I believe that this session will actually speak about how decision making is being aided at various levels of the government hierarchy when you adopt the e-governance systems, as well as how analytics and business intelligence actually come into the government for making the governance better. Without speaking much on that, I'm sure that there are a lot of eminent panelists who will be speaking about this in depth on various domains. We have brilliant academics, we have people working in areas of from the industry, we have people from government, Mr. Mohandas representing NIC, which primarily provides a lot of e-governance systems in the country. So I'm sure we are all looking for some exciting session as we proceed. So let me just get into my pleasant job of welcoming all of you. For all our friends who are joining from various parts of the world, wish you a very, very warm welcome to the Kerala Looks Ahead conference, specifically on this e-governance theme. The theme on data, decision support systems and analytics, and specifically for our eminent panel of experts who will actually deliberate deep into the topic. We all look forward to an exciting session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinath. My name is Amit Prakash. I'm a faculty member at IIIT Bangalore, and I'm working with the Kerala State Planning Board in kind of putting together and organizing some of these sessions on e-governance. It's a pleasure for me to introduce the chair for this session, Professor Rahul Dey. Professor Rahul Dey is at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, where he holds the Hewlett-Packard Chair Professorship in ICTs for Sustainable Economic Development. He holds a PhD from the University of Pittsburgh, Card's Graduate School of Business, and over the last 30 years, he has taught information systems courses at various universities in the United States, India, Spain, France, Sweden, and Norway. His current research interests are in digital transformation, artificial intelligence, ICTs for development, open source, and e-government systems. Professor Dey has published 5 books, 25 articles in international peer-reviewed journals, and over 50 articles in other research outlets. Professor Rahul Dey has served on the board of IIM Bangalore and continues to serve on the boards of Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, Hyderabad, and the Software Freedom Law Center, India. He was the honorary chair for the recently concluded International Conference on Information Systems, ICIS 2020, the most prestigious conference in the field of information systems. It's a pleasure to welcome Professor Rahul Dey to chair this session. Over to you, Professor Dey.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you for the kind words. So what I'll do is I will introduce the speakers. I will read out a brief bio of each of the speakers, and then we will go through the session. Since I'm listed first, I will briefly give my views on the topic. And I also have to thank Professor Gopinath for introducing the session. So let me get right down to introducing the speakers. We have Dr. Manish Gupta, who's Director of Google Research India. Dr. Manish Gupta is the Director of Google Research India, a new AI research lab recently announced by Google. He holds an additional appointment as Infosys Foundation Chair, Professor at IIIT Bangalore. Previously, Manish has led VideoKen, a video technology startup, and the research centers for Xerox and IBM in India. As a senior manager at the IBM TJ Watson Research Center in Yorktown Heights, New York, Manish led the team developing system software for the Blue Gene /L supercomputer. IBM was awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation in Blue Gene by US President Barack Obama in 2009. Manish holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He has co-authored about 75 papers with more than 7,000 citations in Google Scholar and an H-index of 45, and has been granted 19 US patents. While at IBM, Manish received 2 Outstanding Technical Achievement Awards, an Outstanding Innovation Award, and the Lou Gerstner Team Award for Client Excellence. Manish is a fellow of the ACM and the Indian National Academy of Engineering, and a recipient of a Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Delhi. Welcome, Manish. I'll move on to Dr. Silvia Messiro, who's Associate Professor at the University of Oslo. Dr. Messiro's research operates within the area of information and communication technology for development, with a focus on the role of digital platforms in socio-economic development processes. She has conducted extensive research on the computerization of India's main food security program, the public distribution system, and on the adoption of ICTs in core aspects of the Indian public sphere, including elections, rural employment guarantees, and programs of social protection. Two further areas of current research interest of hers are digital business models in social entrepreneurship and the adoption of ICTs in contexts of humanitarian emergency, such as the current global refugee crisis. Sylvia's publications have appeared in scholarly journals such as World Development, Journal of Information Technology, Oxford Development Studies, IT for Development, IT and International Development, Information Technology and People, and the Economic and Political Weekly. She acts as senior editor for the Electronic Journal of Information Systems in Developing Countries and is on the editorial board of IT for Development, for which she also serves as communication editor. She is the secretary of the International Federation for Information Processing 9.4 Working Group on the social implications of computers in developing countries, a member of the AIS, and a member of the UNESCO chair in ICT4D. Welcome, Sylvia. Dr. Gabriel Iglesias, Senior Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning Officer, Siohan and Fellow of Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change Adaptation, IDEA Core. Ms. Gabrielle Iglesias is a capacity building specialist with more than 15 years experience in disaster risk management and climate change adaptation in the Asia Pacific. She worked for the United Nations in South Korea, supporting countries on the utilization of ICT for development. At the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center in Thailand, she contributed to the development of training modules on ICT for disaster risk management and ICT for climate change adaptation and mitigation, and was a key contributor to the center's 2015 need assessment for geospatial technologies of Mekong riparian countries. Ms. Iglesias was also a tenured assistant professor of public administration at the University of Philippines, teaching for another 15 years, and was the focal person for the development of the Spatial Information Management specialization under the Masters in Public Administration curriculum. She is presently working for the Southeast Asia One Health University Network in Thailand and affiliated with the non-profit organization IDEA Core in the Philippines. Welcome, Gabrielle. Mr. T. Mohan Das is the Deputy Director General and State Informatics Officer of the National Informatics Center, Kerala State Center, Trivandrum. Dr. Mohan Das has served for 35 years as a software professional in the National Informatics Center in various capacities. He is presently officiating as the State Informatics Center Officer in Kerala, a position he has held for the last 6 years. His areas of expertise include e-governance solutions and implementation, application security management, mobile app competency center, cloud data center management, and OpenStack solutions. He has a MTech in computer science from IIT Delhi. As the state in charge of NIC, he has been involved in partnering with several departments of Government of Kerala to implement ICT solutions, with the majority of the ICT solutions developed at NIC Kerala, the Integrated Financial Management Systems, IFMS Kerala, e-District, Pearl with electronic stamping for property registration, coupled with land records computerization using Bhunaksha, Ration Card Management System in Kerala, e-District Kerala, Spark for HRMS in Kerala, e-Treasury as receipt and payment gateway solutions for government, agriculture and fisheries informatics, e-hospital, e-office with inter and intra-office communication, price, Realcraft, Sagara, e-procurement, Budget 2.0 are some of the major ICT solutions implemented by NIC in Kerala during his tenure. Welcome, Mr. Das. So with that, I will take the opportunity to present my my findings. I have a few slides. I will share those with you. And just a moment, please. And I have a brief, sorry. Can you see that, Amit? Is it clear?
Yes, yes, it is.
So thank you. So I'll try to stick to my time. It's about 2:15 right now. I'll try and finish in 12 to 15 minutes as suggested by the organizers. So I'm going to talk about open source for digital transformation. This has been a topic I've been studying for many years, the topic of open source. What I'll do is I'll talk about some rudiments of digital transformation that is happening in India, why I feel open source is important, and what has happened with open source in government, and why I feel open source is a lever of innovation. So this is a topic very close to my heart. I've been studying the digitization of the Indian government for a long time, for about 2 decades now. And there has been a massive growth in this, regardless of which government comes to power. Every government is very interested in providing digital resources. They used to be called various names, e-government, computerization, and so on. And the budgets have been extensive across governments. So the initial efforts at digitization were in things like digitization of land records, e-governance services, such as paying bills and utilities. There were portals that were set up, mainly informational, and tax payment was digitized across India, and the first for the corporates and now for all citizens. Government procurement has been digitized quite extensively. There is now the e-office, which Mr. Abdas has also worked on, which does file handling, and this is a very extensive system. Telehealth and online education are also priorities that government has looked into. And of course, there's one specific example of police records, which I will go into. Now, these services have been built at the central level through what are called the mission mode projects, which the government has rolled out, and at the state, district, and village levels also. And this has been followed to a large extent by the extensive network of the internet being reached out to various parts of India. Now, Kerala, since this conference is being Kerala, I should point out, has been has taken a leading role in this e-government scenario. Kerala has also taken a very leading role in promotion of free and open source software. So I'm going to call it FOSS, as this is the term that is widely used, free and open source software. And this, why I insist that this is very useful, is because it presents many affordances for both governments and citizens. There are many things that can be done with this kind of software, as opposed to the other kinds of software, which I usually refer to as proprietary software. Free and FOSS is a public good. It can be adapted and modified very easily because the source code is available, and usually it's available at a no-cost basis. So I conducted several studies, one back in 2009 and another one in around 2014 or so. These were funded by various organizations, including the Kerala government. And I was looking for reasons why we should use open source. And I found some advantages for developing countries in particular. For instance, the first advantage is it reduces outflow of foreign exchange. Software licenses cost a lot of money, but then they're always purchased from large companies like Microsoft and Oracle, and the outflow in dollar terms is huge. Open source products, which can substitute many of these paid products, actually just bring down the foreign exchange outflow in massive terms. And this is not just in India, in countries around the world, this has been, there is evidence of this. It curtails software piracy. So one of the challenges India has faced all along is that there is extensive piracy. Back in the 2000s, many computers were sold which came bundled with versions of Windows which were basically pirated. And the government of India has taken steps, even private corporations have taken steps to curtail this. But with open source software, this sort of disappears automatically. It encourages the indigenous software services industry, and this we have seen across the board. Not only have small players come up who service open source, but including the large majors like Infosys, TCS and all, have thousands of engineers who work with open source. Then it addresses national security concerns, and this has come up many times. where open source software is largely seen as a way out when you are purchasing hardware from countries that you suspect are not doing the right thing. Security becomes a very, very strong issue, and open source has a lot of tools that can address that. Knowledge access. This is an important part for a country like India, which has the potential, immense potential to develop software products, but occasionally we do not have the capital and the resources to develop things from scratch. Today, open source, and I'll give examples of this, software comes pre-packaged with a lot of the R&D that is being done on cutting edge technologies. And this can be either reverse engineered or used as is. And it is very easy to follow and understand this because the source code is available. And of course, it encourages use and experimentation of software, which again, I will give an example of Kerala, which has been very, very strong on this part. Now, has open source been used in government projects? Yes, extensively. And Kerala is actually the real leader in this. I extensively studied in 2004 an attempt Kerala made to put free and open source software in close to 50,000 desktops. This was the original one, and across a few thousand schools. And this saved a lot of money. But more importantly, what we found in our study, and one of my students did a thesis on this also, it helped people innovate. So there was a whole cadre of people who were trained as master trainers, MTs as they were called, who went out and then trained other people in their schools. They were all teachers. And this encouraged teachers to be self-dependent, self-reliant, and be more confident about using technology and experimenting with it. One of the differences we saw, we studied other states also which did not use open source, which used proprietary software. The difference was that there was heavy dependence on vendors in states that used proprietary software, whereas in a place like Kerala and some other states, one other state which used open source, the dependence was on themselves. So people were confident of working this on their own. In others, they weren't. This is a very important advantage for developing countries like ours. The central government used open source software, relied on it to build something called the Crime and Criminal Tracking System, CCTNS as it is called. It is an extensive system. It connects, the plan was to connect some 30,000 offices. Offices meaning these include police stations, police offices, all the related work that related to police. And this was to be done across many states. Police departments maintain their own systems. This was supposed to interconnect them. Those systems are maintained in the local language. In Kerala, it will be Malayalam. In Karnataka, it will be Kannada. And the interconnection worked finally. This took a long time to implement, but it did work. The Aadhaar stack in India, this is a very well-known stack, is also a very prominent example of use of open source. So the whole point was to provide a unique identification number for 1.3 billion people. And subsequently, something called the India stack came up, which has more of these components, or rather not components, but more parts of this story. Aadhaar is one of the India stack, and there are other parts which are also based on open source. E-Office, we've also already mentioned, this is an open source component based software for digitizing offices. And recently, IIIT has been involved with this. MOSIP has been created, again, an open source program, which is used for identity creation. And this is a variant of Aadhaar, which is being deployed in other countries. Now, the good news is we can claim some credit here. Many of us who are supporters of open source, we convinced the government of India to adopt an open source first policy. So the NIC actually released a government order saying wherever possible open source software should be considered. Now, why is open source so valuable for developing countries like India? And as Professor Gopinath was saying, as we build this architecture, this digital architecture, the rollouts and the integrations that we have to do, and how as we make them smart, we have to rely on these open source tools. I'm listing here 4 things: cloud, blockchain, AI, containers. Containers is part of cloud, actually. There are many other examples. All of these now, today, some of the most significant developments, if it's in cloud, it's OpenStack. If it's in blockchain, blockchain almost entirely is on open source. If you see AI, what is happening in AI and machine learning, all the software is coming out in open source. So the first development, if Google's puts out TensorFlow, it's an open source. And CNTK is by Microsoft. Keras is by Facebook. All of them are putting this out in open source so that there is massive scale adoption and development. And this is what we have to rely on. And there are immense opportunities here. And also, because of these open source tools, there are many startups coming up who are building their products and services on top of FOSS. And I can see dozens of them in Bangalore itself. In fact, I'm hard pressed to find somebody who builds proprietary software. It's almost unheard of. FOSS enables many things, code scrutiny, and this whole challenge today that many of us are investigating, which is explainable algorithms. We want algorithms to tell us what is going on. Government is also seized of this problem. And FOSS, right from the start, has been arguing this, that if you see the source code, you can understand what is going on. Of course, this is not a trivial matter. This is a very difficult task, but there is possibility with open source of having explainable algorithms. And of course, it encourages transparency in the all matters. So recently, when the Arogya Setu app was challenged, one of the first things the government did was open source the code so that people could see for themselves what the code was doing. Of course, I must close by saying that this is not a panacea. I'm not advocating this in an unconcerned manner. There are challenges. There are licensing issues that we have to worry about. There are learning issues, adoption issues. However, the promise is very strong. So I will close with that. Thank you very much for listening, and we can take I can take questions, comments during the later part of the session. So on that note, I will request Dr. Manish Gupta to take over and do the next session.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Dey. Let me share my screen. Hope you can see my slides.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to talk primarily about, again, a branch of computer science, of computing, artificial intelligence, which has really become prominent, especially with the explosive growth in computational power and availability of data in digital form. We are beginning to see artificial intelligence, right, being really used to transform all aspects of how the world is run. Every industry is getting transformed. So I'll focus more on certain aspects related to governance, where again, this can be used to apply, again, develop solutions that really lead to public good. So I'll cover 4 areas very briefly. I'll talk about healthcare. I'll talk about some work that we are doing under our AI for Social Good program, where we typically work with NGOs. Then talk about some work in water and sustainability issues, with also implications for agriculture. And finally, democratizing access to information in Indian languages. So let me start with healthcare. So healthcare, I would say, argue that there's not a single country on the planet which is happy with its healthcare system. And what I have plotted here is, and apologies, it's a bit outdated data, the per capita expense on healthcare in various countries. And you can see that the US leads the pack with well over $10,000 that you are spending on a single person every year. And this is not when the person falls sick. This is in an average year on an average person. And US recognizes that this level of spending is unsustainable, despite all of the wealth that the country has. So you could look at some country like UK, which has a much lower level of expenditure per person, and you can, in fact, they actually UK has better average life expectancy compared to the US. So, and maybe think, oh, it's only the US which is an outlier. Other countries, the developed economies here are doing fine. But if you look under the covers, they're all dealing with very high, rapidly growing cost of healthcare. And on the cost of healthcare, there's only one country here which seems to have it really under control. And you might think that India, with its much lower cost per person on healthcare, is doing something great in health. And again, we all know in India, the reason our number is so low is because we don't provide decent healthcare to much of our population. And that's the reason the number is so low. If we were to look at the subset, those of us attending this conference, for instance, who are fortunate enough to have access to decent healthcare, our numbers will look much higher. And our curves will also, the rate at which healthcare expenditure is rising will also look a lot more like the US, and which is unsustainable. So really the promise of, again, I mean, the way to transform healthcare, this is again my abstraction of what I've gathered from various healthcare experts, is twofold. One is to attack the business model of health, where instead of incentivizing expensive care for people, you have to make healthcare more consumer-centric and try and have it deliver value to the consumer. The other aspect is that healthcare needs to become far more proactive. And this is where technologies like artificial intelligence can make a significant difference. And what do I mean by proactive? It's really a generalization, right, of the thing that we keep hearing. Prevention is better than cure. Anyways, so
You'll have to mute those who are not speaking, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So, the point is that the healthcare system tends to be built in various tiers. The ICU is an extremely expensive place to get healthcare. Whereas, I mean, if you can take care of the person at the primary healthcare center, it's far better for the person and also much lower cost. And taking that argument further, my belief is that a lot of the action in healthcare in the future is going to be before you get to the hospital. When we are living our normal lives at home and at work, if we can focus on wellness programs and if we can focus on monitoring people and helping them adopt healthy habits, helping them more proactively take care of any potential complications and seek medical intervention in a timely manner, that can lead to much better outcomes. So I'll just give a couple of quick examples of how AI can help. My first example is screening for a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is a fast-growing cause of blindness. And any person with a diabetes condition is potentially at risk of getting this. And regular screening is really key to preventing blindness. Unfortunately, what happens in a country like ours, there's a severe shortage of eye doctors. So about half of the patients end up suffering vision loss before they're ever diagnosed with this condition. And the way to diagnose this condition is that you take this image with a special camera, retinal fundus camera, and the doctor essentially looks for signs of hemorrhages. And then they grade this case on a 5-point scale, right from no diabetic retinopathy to severe or proliferative diabetic retinopathy. So what our researchers asked the question, can you, given the shortage of doctors, can you develop an AI algorithm that will analyze these images and automatically try to identify the level of diabetic retinopathy and provide that as an advice to the doctor, who can then make the final decision. After a lot of work, again, this team was able to show and they published their first paper in the Journal of American Medical Association in the year 2016, where they showed that, yes, this automated algorithm, which is similar to all these deep learning algorithms today, right, that are able to distinguish between images of cats and dogs, that it was able to come very close to the level of accuracy of a general ophthalmologist. And in fact, later this team went on to show even better results and show results comparable to a retinal specialist. So this work was rated amongst the 10 best JAMA papers in the last decade, last year, which is again a recognition by the medical community, right, of the potential for applying techniques like deep learning to diagnosis. And likewise, I mean, another huge kind of a prevalent condition is cardiovascular disease, which is the #1 killer for people on the planet. And in a country like India, roughly 75 to 80% of the people who end up having a heart attack or a stroke, it is estimated that they're not even aware of that they are at a high risk of cardiovascular disease. And the good news, but there is the silver lining, is that if we were able to convince these people right from an early age to adopt healthy habits, there's potentially you could be adding 10 to 15 years of healthy lives to all of these people who are suffering today these very, very severe and sometimes fatal heart attacks and strokes. And so again, we have, I'll skip the details in the interest of time, that as you monitor people with the help of mobiles and wearables, you can try to look at what kind of food they're eating and provide them how much exercise they're getting, and provide them personalized kind of coaching in terms of how to reduce the salt content, how to eat the right dose of fruits and veggies and so on, right? And try and convince them to do that and exercise more regularly and so on, and help them lower their hypertension if they have it, and lower their risk for heart attacks and strokes. So again, we are pursuing some of this in partnership with some colleagues at the JIPMER Medical Institute and planning to launch a clinical study. Very briefly, in our formal AI for Social Good program, we went to various NGOs who were working on various meaningful problems in their communities and asked them, okay, what are some of the problems that they were dealing with where AI could be applied to make a difference? And to give you a couple of examples, one organization called M-Mitra, which tries to improve maternal and child health through voice-based messages that they deliver to expecting mothers. Every week of the pregnancy, there are 2 messages that get delivered with some targeted tips for what to watch out for during that week, and perhaps what dietary supplement like iron tablets to take to avoid the risk of anemia and so on. And this NGO Arman finds that mothers who stick with this program, they enjoy better health both for themselves and their newborn babies. But roughly half of the women end up dropping out of this program for various reasons. So they asked us to develop AI models that could identify these high-risk women and predict who were likely to drop out and who their limited staff should reach out to by phone to keep them engaged. And again, with these models that we developed jointly with IIT Madras, we were able to identify over 80% of the women who were dropping out. And these models have been deployed and being used by Arman to now reach out to these women. And we are trying to formally measure how much of an improvement does it lead to in terms of outcomes. Maybe my final example, we also work with another NGO called Pratham Books. They have this offering Story Weaver to create children's storybooks in different languages. So they came to us with like seeking better support for some of these languages which are being used by much fewer number of people, and also they talked about certain languages that are at the danger of becoming extinct, and provide better tools for them, both in terms of the input tools as well as for automatic language translation. So I'll skip some of these other details in the interest of time. So maybe just very briefly, this democratizing access to information is again of a great deal of interest to us at Google. We all know how you and I kind of take Google for granted for any problem any information, right, that we seek. The first thing often we go and do is a Google search. But what about the person, let's say the laborer's son in Assam, or the farmer's son in Haryana, who's not familiar with English? And can we enable access to information for them in their local language? And there are, again, a lot of barriers and a lot of interesting research challenges, including all the code mixing that we do, where we mix up multiple kind of languages in the same sentence. So you really need to build multilingual models. You can't just have a model for English or a separate model for Hindi. You really need models that understand mixtures of potentially Hindi, English, or mixtures of English and Tamil, and so on. So again, this is some work which we have done to build these multilingual models for Indian languages. This is the model with the largest such coverage of Indian languages. Currently, we are covering 16, and our goal is to by the year. So we think in terms of so internally we are looking at something called Project 23, that all 23 official languages, which is 22 official languages plus English, can we support them much better by the year 2023? And again, obtaining significant improvements over the previous state of the art in terms of accuracy on some of these ML tasks. So I'll stop with a final word of caution that for all of these advances in AI and the potential, there are still many open challenges in terms of issues with these AI solutions themselves, right? Including things like fairness challenges, that sometimes these AI solutions can perpetuate biases that we carry as humans. So again, we have our HCI team, which has been studying many of these issues, and they've uncovered, again, I mean, they've started to document different sources of bias, which are in India. We have many more additional dimensions where people can be biased against in terms of religion, caste, gender, and so on, as well as a lot of issues with the excellence of data itself, which is used to ultimately train these AI models, which again, our team has published some of the, or will be presenting some of these papers at upcoming conferences like CHI and FACT. So with that, let me stop, and later I can take some questions as they come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. I will now request Sylvia to step in. Manish, can you stop sharing the screen?
Sorry. Yeah.
I think I took over. I'm sorry, Manish. Hi. Hi. So I think the most pronounced phrase during this pandemic is, can you see my screen? Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. So good afternoon. Actually, it is the morning here in Oslo. It is the afternoon in India. So other pronounced phrase of this pandemic is good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. And I would like to start by thanking from the bottom of my heart Professor Amit Prakash and indeed the government of Kerala for this kind invitation. It is a big honor, and as I'm gonna mention in a minute, Kerala has a very special place in my heart, being the state where I conducted my master's dissertation back in the days, 11 years ago now, and actually my PhD fieldwork on the public distribution system. So I'm Silvia Masiero from the University of Oslo, Department of Informatics, and I'm a researcher of social protection among the broader field of IT and development. And I'm gonna today share some insights on the latest work that I'm conducting that centers very much on how social protection, how digital social protection is really changing as a result of the ongoing pandemic. So it is actually one of the first times that I share these insights in progress, and it's again an honor, and I'm really looking forward to debating these insights with you. Very briefly, Professor Day already made an amazing introduction of myself, so I won't repeat what Professor Day already said. So again, I work at the University of Oslo, and like I said, this I do want to specify, Kerala has a very, very special place for me. I actually did my master's dissertation back at the London School of Economics on Akshaya telecenters in 2009, and a PhD on the public distribution system in the years where biometric identification was slowly taking over. So my PhD field work was in 2011, 2012. And again, it is a bit different to do this presentation from my home office in Oslo with a lot of snow outside. It will be a great pleasure to be able to do so in person, but with the spirit, I am really with you in India today. And so my research now, what I focus on primarily is, like I said, the use of digital identity increasingly within social protection. And I'm going to share with you today some insights from my research on the digital PDS and Aadhaar, but also some insights on my current work with a global perspective on digital social protection. So just very briefly, my problem area, the main problem area of my research, I always try and summarize 10 years of work in a sentence. And if there is an overarching question guiding my work, that's what role is there for new technologies in strengthening and or reforming existing social protection schemes? So I'll play the academic here and give a very brief definition. So social protection has actually a very broad definition in a way, because we really refer to all social safety nets within the achievement of poverty reduction. So I'm going to speak about food security today. That's my main research, but India obviously has a very wide array of social protection programs, one of the widest in the world, and these range from employment guarantees to pensions to health insurance to many schemes of this kind. So it's really the broader domain of social protection that we look at. And I think the spark that guided my research, again, I can easily say over the last 10 years, is the increasing computerization of social protection globally. So we can think of many instantiations, really, like from mobile cash transfers to computerized administration to the algorithms that both the esteemed panelists before me have mentioned. So algorithms in this case that determine who is going to be eligible for social protection. So it's really the computerization of social protection that guided my academic research work over the last decade. Now, this is a slight academic reflection, but I still wanted to share it with you. So datafication, so I go here with the mainstream definition of Kucher and Meyer-Schönberger on rendering existing processes into data. So if you allow me a very brief philosophical digression, when we speak about datafication, we don't really speak about creating anything new. We speak about converting existing thoughts, existing ideas, existing processes into data. So, for example, Twitter datafies our thoughts when we tweet something, Facebook datafies our network of friends, and this is nothing new. So it's not, especially now in the, as datafication took so much over our digital lives. This is not such a new insight. What I think is new and is important when we look at digital social protection is the role that datafication plays in social protection programs. And one of the core arguments of my latest works is that datafication does two specific things in social protection. And that's enabling the recognition of beneficiaries. And that's again, for example, related to the algorithms that we just mentioned earlier today. So an algorithm might be able to recognize who is eligible or not for a certain anti-poverty scheme. And based on recognition, we are able to assign entitlements. So I'm going to speak about Aadhaar in a minute, but the ability to the whole Aadhaar seeding process, for example, on the PDS, really very much enables to match the biometric and demographic details of the individual to the entitlement of the person. Now, I normally, when I discuss this with my students, I normally ask, is this a good or a bad thing, which is kind of the provocative question here. But looking at this with the eyes of, I normally use here my development studies hat. My master's was actually in development management, not in IT. With my development studies hat, this is a great thing. And this is a great thing exactly because by automatically recognizing beneficiaries, we can tackle inclusion errors, so we can exclude those who are not entitled, and on paper we can include all those that are entitled to a certain scheme. So datafication is the dream, in a way, of a development professional. A quick note on Aadhaar. So when I started doing my research, Aadhaar was not yet implemented in the Kerala PDS. I did my fieldwork again back in 2011-12, and there were some pilots, but it was not yet the Aadhaar-based PDS. I think I can, considering the audience today, I can go pretty quick on this slide. So, of course, Aadhaar identifies individuals with a 12-digit number, and when integrated in the PDS of a number of Indian states, it enables recognition at the ration shop. So this is just in practice what I just mentioned a second ago. So Aadhaar really datafies the social protection system. And like I said, this is a great thing when it comes to the profession of distinguishing who is entitled and who is not in social protection. Which questions, and this leads me to the questions that we find ourselves facing during the global pandemic. Which questions does a datafied anti-poverty system lead us to? In the interest of time today, I'll only take you through one of, and in a way, the main question that I'm currently working on in my research, and it's the question of data justice. So data justice is very much social justice in a datafied world. So how do we ensure the preservation of justice in the current digital world we live in and in digital social protection? So in a recent work, I argued that 3 forms of data justice are to be ensured. And again, my research is on the PDS, but I can easily, and I will in a minute, bring this argument to global social protection. So I identified with esteemed colleague Shomo Das from Emilion University at Lyon 3 forms of data justice that we need to ensure. A legal form of data justice really needs to make sure that when the right to food is made conditional to biometric registration, the universality, so the ability of the system to grant food to all those entitled is preserved, and exclusions that have been a problem in several global social protection schemes are tackled. There is an informational dimension, and that's about informing users of what exactly happens with their data and demographic. And there is the favorite dimension of us, ICT4D people, a design one. And I say the favorite one for us because one of the main theories in the ICT4D field, so Richard Hicks' theorization of design reality gaps, so designing systems that meet the reality of the users, is very much true in digital social protection. So we do need to be able to design systems that enable the beneficiary to actually reach their entitlement. And this brings me to what changed with COVID-19. So I can summarize this in a sentence. So global social protection has found itself in a very quick time span with a reshuffled priority. So with a global surge in the number of people, the so-called new poor of the pandemic. So in the number of users very much in need to be granted social protection. And this has led, in a recent paper, I call this the trade-off of biometrics. So this has led, for example, and I've seen during my early research on the topic that Kerala was one of the first states to suspend biometric Aadhaar-based recognition in the ration shops during the pandemic. And I argue in the short piece on the topic that of course, the main reason for suspending touchscreen recognition was that of disease transmission of COVID-19. But due to the enhanced population, to the enhanced surge in the number of social protection users, the priority is now very much on inclusion. And the priority is very much on identifying users and being able to quickly provide social protection for a huge number of poor people, shifting the trade-off very much on the need for inclusion rather than that for exclusion. And this leads me to actually the conclusion of my short presentation today. So this leads me to very much see the three forms of data justice that I identified before for social protection at large in relation to social protection, to digital social protection during COVID-19. So on the legal perspective, there is, I mentioned before, the need for quick recognition of users. I can only say this need is very much enhanced worldwide due to the, of course, when we think of the pandemic, the first thing that comes to mind is the health toll and the pressure of the pandemic on the health infrastructures, but of course, we're also talking of huge socioeconomic consequences in and beyond the global south. So the need to ensure access to social protection very much being enhanced in the current international situation. The informational dimension, so very much the need to, and I go back to the theme of the algorithms with the examples, for example, from Colombia and Peru. Both countries have actually determined eligibility for COVID-19 subsidies based on cross-checking of extant databases. And in both countries, we found questions in terms of how such databases were actually combined. And also some concerns in terms of opacity also, and here I reconnected to what Professor Day said on transparency. So very much, I can only say confusion in terms of how eligibility was actually being determined. Bringing again the importance of the informational dimension, informing how eligibility is determined. And I conclude with the design-related dimension. So again, the pandemic puts us in a position in which the importance of meeting the lived reality of a huge number of new poor is enhanced. And that's one of the many reasons why I'm delighted to be here today, because I think this is a crucial moment, a crucial international moment for discussing such solutions and learning from each other. I'm Italian, so I tended to chat a lot, but this was the end of my presentation. So this is where I thank you, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion and questions afterwards.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. So in the interest of time, we'll move on. Can I request Gabrielle to take the screen and begin? Gabrielle, you're on mute.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Is it on your view or my view with the notes?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
see the main slide.
Okay, so you don't see my notes. Good.
No.
That would be embarrassing. So thank you very much for this kind invitation. And I really appreciate the state government of Kerala for organizing this conference. And a personal thank to Amit for the kind invitation to speak here. So I would like to now talk about how digital data for disaster risk management can actually support cross-sector dialogue and learning. So these are quite big buckets of knowledge that I'm trying to tackle. So let me first begin by giving a brief description on what disaster risk management is about. So this is the field where we are trying to develop and apply policies and strategies so that we may prevent new disaster risk, we may reduce existing disaster risk, and we may manage whatever is left, and then contribute to the overall strengthening of society and the reduction of losses associated with disasters. So in this thinking, which is relatively new, we are looking towards the future with prospective activities. So we're trying to avoid the creation of new risks, or we're trying to increase to the existing ones. And then we're trying to correct what we are doing wrong, shall we say, wrong or improperly, so that we aren't, how do you call it? We are not stewing in the same pot. Yeah? So we try to reduce what are present. And then if we cannot reduce the risk, then we try to create compensatory activities, such as what we normally call emergency preparedness or recovery or response to actual events. Okay, so those are the typical types of activities that go in disaster risk management. So now I'd like to talk a little about disaster risk. So this is a potential. And that's the whole problem. When people used to think of disasters, we were normally focused on the hazards that caused the disasters. So we would say, oh, we had an earthquake, that was a disaster. We had a disaster, we were flooded. But those are different things. Earthquakes and floods are just the threats. What is a disaster is when a society cannot cope with the effects, when there is a serious disruption that economic and social activities are unable to continue. And that is what's happening at the moment with the pandemic, where there's no damage to buildings, and yet our lives were suddenly at a standstill for several periods over the past year. And the key idea here is that it's only a potential. Most people don't understand the potential until it is too late. So if you take a look at this image, this is an aerial shot of luxury homes in Australia, where one would think that a developed country would not experience such things, but these were luxury homes built on a coast. And over time, the coastline eroded so that the houses that were previously enjoying a beautiful view of the ocean started to fall into the sea. And these were multi-million-dollar properties. And the irony is that severe storms have been assaulting this beach multiple times since the 1970s, and yet construction still continues on such a coastline. And this is not unique to Australia. We have many instances of that happening all around the world. So the problem is that people don't understand always the concept of risk. And that is where the dialogue has to center on the probability, the idea of probability. And it is a function of the hazards and how severe the hazards may be. It is a function of exposure, whether we're in a place where such hazards occur or we are in close proximity and not observing social distancing. It's also a function of vulnerability determined by the age of the person or the property or the infrastructure. It could be determined by the type of activity or work that we do. And then it's also affected by capacity. If we have the capacity to overcome, if we have insurance, if we have a good emergency room in a level 3 hospital nearby, things like that, those are capacity. Okay. So now I go to how ICTs can help promote the dialogue, and especially digital data. So a common example in the field of disaster risk management is to look at GIS and remote sensing together. So remote sensing affords us the collection of massive amounts of data over large expanses of territory. And this can be done relatively simultaneously or with very little time lag in between data collection events. And because of that, we have a lot that we can analyze and develop relevant decision-making information on. However, over time, remote sensing scientists realized that they were just talking to themselves because nobody outside of their field understood how to manipulate the data. Even with GIS applications, it's still not enough. So what happens is there has to be some kind of dialogue that connects those who collect the data with those who will be actually using it. So here is a nice example, a small example from the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. They developed a tool called Dancing Rivers. It essentially uses freely available Landsat satellite data. Yeah, Landsat is a type of satellite. They used it to analyze the flow of the Ayeyarwady River, which is the biggest river in Myanmar, and one of the largest free-flowing rivers into Indochina region. And it serves as a fulcrum around which Myanmar society and economy revolves. It provides water for agriculture, sand for infrastructure development, it's a major transportation route. However, it is heavily influenced by the monsoon, which results in a surge in water levels. So that could change the shape of the river. It could change what's in the river. It could change the amount of sediment that's in the river. And when those things happen, we have erosion, just like what happened in Australia and that luxury coast. Yeah, erosion will happen here. So they did this mapping both from space and on the ground, working with local authorities who brought their mobile phones to the ground to collect data on the ground. And then they were spotting where erosion was actually happening at a fairly rapid rate. And then modeling was done to anticipate where erosion would be a problem. And so these areas should be avoided for future construction of bridges, roads, farmlands, and so on. So then this is an example of how the data scientists, remote sensing scientists, started talking with the directorates that would be applying the data, such as the Department for Water Resources, Directorate of Water Resources in Myanmar. Okay. And then they in turn used the data and the maps and the pictures especially to talk to local authorities, who in turn talked to the communities living along the banks to explain why they would have to move to safer places and to identify where those safer places could be. Okay. So the next example is the regional cooperative mechanism for drought monitoring and early warning. The government of India is actually a contributor to this mechanism through the National Space Research Organization. So the idea here is that we have countries in Asia who are already expert at the collection and analysis of remote sensing data. And then there are other countries who don't have the same resources, who don't have their own satellites and don't have a large team of remote sensing scientists, agronomists, and so on that can utilize. So then there was a partnership developed, and they identified that drought was one of the worst situations that is currently affecting Asia. And so they decided that that would be the application for the mechanism. So by mechanism, they mean an international cooperation. So just to give an idea, there was a 3-year drought from 2015 to 2017 that affected Southeast Asia, where most countries experienced the worst drought they had in over 2 decades. And several thousand hectares of rice and other crops were damaged by the drought. And that many areas in the Southeast Asian countries were experiencing severe water shortages. Yeah. The worst hit was Vietnam. It was their worst drought in 90 years. Okay, so then through this mechanism, the countries started to talk about how they can help each other and then collect data through satellites, and at the same time work collaboratively, have their different scientists who are working on drought to analyze the data that they received, and then work out techniques on how to collect data on the ground. So this is a lot of data collection at several levels, from space, national level, and down to the farmer level, because they would need to have how you call it, probes in the ground to collect soil moisture. They need actual observations of what's happening to crops. They need people checking stream flow, and there are different kinds of drought. It's not just the shortage of rainfall. That's only one type of drought. You also have minimal flow in the streams, and then you have economic drought when people are starting to lose their livelihoods that are attached to the sectors that are affected by drought. So then they started what is known as the WMO, World Meteorological Organization, started a practice known as the Climate Outlook Forum. So in this forum, a weather agency would organize stakeholders who need information on rainfall. And then they talk about the projected amount of rainfall for the next 3 months. And then if the country, meteorologists feel that there may be a drought impending, they start working with people in the fields of agriculture and so on to see what they are noticing on the ground, and then what kind of remedies will be needed. And then that's when they start talking to other actors like banks, insurance companies, ministries of agriculture, and so on, so that they can start getting the other remedies in place, such as water collection, training people, seed saving, all the other strategies that have to be done to mitigate the effects of the drought. So these things cannot happen overnight, right? So then actually having access to maps like what I'm showing, maps that they are developed for Mongolia, for example, help support this dialogue, because then it's easy to make comparisons between the current year and previous year and 5 years ago, and then show what would happen in the next 3 months and so on. And so this is all possible now because we have so much power for not just gathering data, but also making analysis and visualizations on the fly. And visuals are much easier basis for dialogues for people who are not familiar with the technical aspects of measuring and detecting drought. Okay, finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the pandemic, since this is something on everybody's mind. I'm showing an example of how the South Korean government is responding to their pandemic, and their response is largely leveraging their digital infrastructure. So they have a very, very dense digital infrastructure already in place in the country. But on top of that, they have an open data policy, as well as a Personal Information Protection Act that took years to put in place. So because they already have this, people are more confident that their data collected during COVID will not be used against them, because there actually are laws that are designed to protect them. So there should not be personally identified data, for example. And there's even a shelf life for the data. It's supposed to be deleted, from what I remember, 6 months after an event has concluded. Yeah, so there's still time to analyze the data, but then this should be deleted from the public record. Okay, so then so over time, because the government had already put many things in place, they were able to use their digital infrastructure to enhance cooperation rather than distrust between what national government thinks should happen and the local governments that have to implement the plan. Yeah. So unlike in other countries where we sometimes see a disconnect between the local strategy and the national strategy, they were more or less consistent throughout South Korea. They used also the digital infrastructure to deliver alerts to the cell phones of people so that they would know if, let's say, they are near a place where someone who tested positive has gone. Yeah, so they should avoid that place. They were able to deliver public information campaigns about social distancing and reinforcing behavior, because in South Korea, they did not have any movement restrictions, not even for international flights. So they relied on people's good sense and informed decision making for that. And the information came via mobile. So they did a lot of planning for mobile delivery of information. And finally, they tried to maintain the transparency of the situation and not fudge the numbers. They maintained a dashboard with the number of cases that were detected, how many were actually sick, how many were in quarantine, and how many were in isolation, how many already recovered, and where's the location of testing centers, where's the location of hospitals that are prepared to accept patients with COVID, and even where to buy masks, which became valuable commodity early in the pandemic last year. Suddenly there was a shortage of masks, so they even had to have information on where these may be bought. Okay. And then also, they were using people's location information by triangulation of their, sorry, not GPS, but triangulation of the phone signal. And they used that to find out if people were violating their quarantine or if they were detected to be positive with it. The government would get a person's phone and find out where that person went, or at least where the phone went, and then use that to identify other people they may have come into contact with and trace them. And because of that, South Korea was able to detect and deal with cases very quickly. They had a very quick turnaround. And I was just reading that Taiwan had a similar experience where it was not just the IT that they used to manage the pandemic, but it was more the trust that people had with their government to use the information being collected properly and not against the citizens, yeah, but only to use it to manage the pandemic response. And so this is not something that happened overnight. As I said, this was a product of dialogue that has occurred over the ideas of open data and personal information protection. Okay, I would like to end my presentation there. I hope I threw some interesting things to ponder over, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Excellent talk. I will request Mr. Das to take over and present his talk.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
So is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So good evening, everybody. I think I thank the organizers, the IT department, planning board, and all the officials and I think the team behind the success of this event. I am standing before you as a witness the kind of digital transmission taking place towards digital and Kerala and architecture. So I will be talking, I think, more on interoperability framework. At the same time, I think I would also like to give a glimpse of whatever is happening in the state in respect of interoperability framework implementation. So to begin with, I think we quickly go through what is in the Indian enterprise architecture, which is INDEA. Taking it forward to design and develop the digital Kerala architecture and EA blueprint for the Kerala state. Towards that, we'll also be discussing about interoperability framework. Then we'll go forward with the kind of software and hardware components or the ICT infrastructure that goes behind this architecture. There is a technical as well as the security architecture components. Going forward, so we will take one of the activities which we have been doing it for the last 1 year in the agriculture sector, combining with the fisheries, dairy, and animal husbandry sector, which are, I think have got some common factors in terms of single source of truth and onboarding various government schemes, and also implementing some of the products which we have got, like the SSO implementation with Parishe, Jan Parishe, which is single sign-on platform. Then the GIMS government instant messaging system, or right now being renamed as Sandesh, which is for OTP and messaging platform. And in fact, there are, I think, the authenticated system, I mean encrypted mode, OTP. Almost all the current OTP are going in a, I think, in plain word format. So then another project which is also, I think, tightly coupled with this is the consolidation of various beneficiary databases, which when we did it for the finance department, there was a savings of more than 600 crores last year, identifying the duplicates and the bogus beneficiaries, etc. So we are also in the process of creating an Aadhaar vault for the state. Then plus there is a tool called Jeevan Rekha, which is a digital life certificate, which we utilize for the social beneficiary schemes to identify the real beneficiaries and isolate the bogus beneficiaries. So we are also introducing some other tools like NIC Designer, which is a de facto desktop solution, which we have been using it for the last one and a half years in all EON's projects in the state, and we are also given it to the national various national projects across the country to utilize this tool for digitally signing the various documents, etc. as part of the EON solution. We are also implementing an API gateway, which we can, I think, take it forward and make it as an API gateway for the state for integrating various government e-governance application, be it the legacy or there is greenfield or brownfield applications. So towards developing digital Kerala architecture, we need to have this kind of, study and implement the following, standards and best practices, frameworks, etc. like that. There is first one is national E1 standards. There are a set of standards already announced by the MIT. National interoperability framework, data standards, industry standards for data governance, open government data standards. There is national data sharing and accessibility policy, GHW standards, there's guidelines for Indian government websites, including the accessibility framework, NIST cyber security framework, IT Acts and other acts. So going forward, I think, when you take up India framework, so India framework was started, I think, with the goals of, I think, whole of government approach, policy integration, and use of big data analytics, I think, which are UN Sustainable Development Goals. This results in re-architecting the entire government as a single enterprise. So to define Indian enterprise architecture, or the Kerala enterprise architecture, is a framework of developing a holistic architecture which is the whole of the government approach to support government ecosystems by transcending boundaries to deliver services in a coordinated, efficient, and equitable manner. So I'm not going to discuss more about the India reference model. Why I have taken this diagram is to just inform the kind of complexities involved in designing, developing the kind of the architecture blueprint which we are developing for the government of Kerala. So there are 8 layers. Layers are we also call them as reference models: business reference model, application reference model, data reference model, technology reference model, performance reference model, application integration reference model, which is actually the API gateway model, plus the security reference model and the governance model, governance layer. So I'm not going to, I think, discuss more about this, but I think, just to give a small definition, performance reference model is the measure of the efficiency and effectiveness of the proposed systems which you are going to design and develop. So the basically KPIs and things like that. The business architecture talks about the vision, mission, strategic plans, business drivers, operational models, business processes that goes behind the Kerala business, I think, Kerala architecture, digital Kerala architecture. The data architecture is the key to the successful enterprise architecture program, as information is created and consumed, as well as destroyed by the components. Application architecture provides an important catalog of the applications, actually set of applications for the enterprises. Only thing is they work interoperable in an interoperable manner. Technology reference model, earlier technology reference model and security reference model were together. At present, the open group has, I think, defined them separately. Technology reference model deals with the interoperable cost-effective framework, ICT, that is ICT components, open standards, and open source products. So at this point, I think, as Professor Rahul Dev said, I think, Kerala being the, I think, open source first community, almost, I think, 85 to 90% of the applications in Kerala are being supported by NIC, and 100% of them are open source. And there is, I think, there is a credit to the state government. I think 100% of all the applications developed by us are open source platform. The integration model, most important step in achieving the vision of one government. There is a layer that enables provisioning of seamless citizen experience when interacting with the government in its various institutions and agencies. Be, I think, any number of, I think, total solution providers or the IT system providers may be there. The integration model, if it implemented properly, we can have a vision of one government. The security reference model is a layered approach for identifying and meeting the information security needs of the enterprise. Here it is government of Kerala as an enterprise. The governance layer is to establish an institutional structure for the development, management, and maintenance of enterprise architecture and its artifacts. I think we have it already, like the PMU, Project Monitoring Unit, and things like that. again, I think I'm going to skip all these, some of these slides because I think they are not relevant for our topic. But I just included this slide just to give you a glimpse of the kind of complexity, like the performance reference model, how it is, interacting with the business reference model, architecture reference model, data reference model, technical security, reference model, and the application integration model, and under the overall, governance reference model. This is one reference model, how it is going to interact with the rest of this, I think, the architecture. Similarly, the application, I think, reference model, how it is going to interact with the business reference model, security reference model, I think, the technology reference model, data, and the application integration reference model, like that. The security reference model, I just skipped some of them, and there's the security reference model, how it is, I think, relevant, with respect to the rest of the systems. So the reference model, the architecture level, the solution level, implementation level, how it is, I think, the connected with the business reference model, the vision and mission of the overall enterprise architecture. So coming back to our topic, the interoperability framework. So an interoperability framework is a document or a group of documents that specify a set of common elements such as the vocabularies, concepts, principles, policies, guidelines, recommendations, standards, and practices for agencies that wish to work together towards the joint delivery of public services. So when we discuss this with the working in isolation, create islands of information systems and databases. Already we have got an island of information systems and databases in Kerala. So there is I think that is why we need to look forward to the interoperability framework and I think bridge, I think, together. So level of, there are, I think, 3 levels of level of interoperability: organizational interoperability, technical interoperability, and semantic interoperability. See, organizational interoperability leads to standardization of processes, a single sign-on mechanism, like, I think, single user account. With single user account, you'll be able to access to many services across many departments. Then also deals with the BPR, business process reengineering, as well as government process reengineering, change in culture in the organization, employees, etc. Semantics interoperability deals with the meaning of, the meaning, semantic meaning. Centralized repository of semantics of the interoperability assets like LG directory, ontology of common generic data like date of birth, address, pin code, etc. Metadata standards like single source of truth and things. The technical interoperability.
Sorry, time check, Mr. Das.
Yes.
We have only 12-13 minutes more left, so it will be good if we can have some time for interactions.
How much time I left?
If you can wind up now, that would be very good, so that there is some time for question and answers.
So,
as early as possible.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay. So the practical implementation is in agriculture sector, where we have now implemented an interoperable system where the farmers are able to register and get a smart ID. Then also declare their Aadhaar numbers, and we use the Aadhaar token as a reference. Declaration of their properties, bank details, family details, declaration of their crops or farming details, diseases, production, marketing. Then incremental data collection as and when it's required. We also implemented the API-based, the microservices for integrating with the release, the land records management system, treasury and eCuber for the receipts and payment systems, generic workflow engine. With this, I think farmers are able to onboard with any scheme. I think last 1 year we are able to implement many schemes with this kind of interoperability framework. And the department is able to verify, inspect, and approve, without any. I think there are no forms actually. They simple people. The farmers simply onboard, and each farmer has got a home page. I think lakhs of farmers have already onboarded with the system. Right now, we are in the process of, I think, implementing a knowledge management system for streaming audio and video content to the farmers. And SSO implementation is being done right now with the Parisha Jan Parisha model. Jeevan Rega based digital life certificate is being used for, I think, identifying bogus and redundant beneficiaries. There is another project going on with the consolidation of beneficiary masters across all government departments. So we use digital, I think, NIC Designer for the, I think, digital signature solutions, GIMS and Scientists for OTP and messaging platform, in addition to the SMS platform. eSign being in progress, eTrustee and eKubor de facto standards as a gateway for the receipts and payments. I think I'm done with. I think we can.
Thank you, Mr. Das.
Thank you.
That was a very nice presentation. So we have a few questions on the chat, and I think the first one came from Mr. Muralidharan, and I think it's addressed to Gabriel. So Gabriel, I'll target this at you. How can data management be helpful to meet unpredictable events in the short period?
Well, data management is helpful no matter what. I don't know if you're asking how to structure databases, but basically it is one of the foundation or critical infrastructure that we need. And then if you listen to the discussion just now on interoperability, that's actually one of the key pieces, because disaster risk management is not a single discipline. It is an amalgamation of practically everybody in government, plus everybody in business and everybody in the NGOs. Everybody has a role to play in disaster risk management, but we're all using the same words differently. The way I use vulnerability is different from the way climate scientists use the word vulnerability. It's different from the way gender advocates use the word vulnerability. And we're all fighting to use our specific language. So I think in terms of interoperability, getting the semantics piece down, at least on the back end, where it's just the computers talking, might be a lot more civilized than when it's the actual people talking, insisting on our worldviews. So I think data management is very helpful because it structures a lot of things. On the other hand, that's also its own vulnerability, its risk, because we have to be careful not to be too structured. Yeah, how do I say this? The application disciplines already have a lot of rigidities in our thinking, and disaster risk is quite fluid. It changes from moment to moment. It's like the people who will build a luxury house on the beautiful coast in Australia. All they can see at the moment is how wonderful the land is and how stable it seems. They don't realize that 20 years down the road, someone's going to build a pier nearby, or the government will take a decision to build the dam and stop the flow of water, which stops the flow of sand, which reduces the replenishment of the beach, which adds to the erosion factor of the waves. So there's so many dominoes that can fall that can suddenly create a very risky situation. So that's the rigidity in the real world side. So then the question for data management is how it can also be fluid so that the data structure of the database will not be the rigid thinking that has to be applied in order for an application to be implemented in the real world. It's like forcing people to check a box, male or female. Well, what if I'm neither? You're just making me choose between two, you know? So think of it that way. You know? How can data management, on the one hand, use its logical thinking and a unique way of structuring the world to help the dialogue among us in the application area, and at the same time help us also be more fluid, you know, be more perceptive and more forward thinking of what's going to happen in the future.
There's actually another question, if I may add to that. Somebody's asked, communication structures are at risk. So we've seen this happen in India also. We lose telecommunication, internet, etc., whenever there is a natural disaster. Any experience sharing on this and how to mitigate this?
Yes, a lot of work has been done by the NGO TSF, okay, I'm murdering it, it's in French, Télécommunications Sans Frontières, or however they say it, or Communication Without Borders. So they try to work with communities who have become disconnected from the internet and from the telephony to set up something temporary and then use that as a base until telecommunications is restored by the respective companies on site. So it's possible to prepare that way to already stockpile equipment that could be used only in the case of emergencies to quickly set up access to the internet, access to telephones, and so on. So that's one way. The other way is to work with the telecommunication companies themselves so that they have a business continuity plan in the event of a major earthquake, a landslide, civil unrest, anything that could disrupt the flow of goods and personnel to the transmitting towers, relay stations, etc., etc. This should be accounted for or anticipated to the degree that is feasible and reasonable, and then to already pre-position some equipment that could be useful to repair downed lines, fuel for generators, and personnel who have special training and hazard pay to be on site 24 hours during an event. So these are just some of the possibilities that can be done. So all of the suggestions I make are on the organizational side, if you notice.
Sure, sure. Excellent. I don't see a question here, but I'm itching to ask Manish a question. Manish, on the same topic, and you spoke a lot about existing issues like healthcare and so on. What is the challenge of data here? Can you tell us, particularly in a country like India, developing countries in general, what is the challenge of data? How do we tackle that?
Yeah, I mean, there are many challenges with respect to data. One is, of course, availability of labeled data. I mean, if you're, let's say, trying to do any kind of AI models for healthcare, you need that data to be properly labeled, and often that requires medical expertise for you, right? If you wanted to, let's say, build these models, is this a malignant tumor or is this a benign tumor, and so on, right? So you need the real experts to be first labeling that data. And of course, I mean, we have issues which come in the way of sometimes even collection of data, because I mean, sometimes a lot of the data, for instance, I talked about this cardiovascular disease prevention. Some of the data, right, that potentially you could use to build those models is very private, is very sensitive data. I may not be comfortable sharing information about how much I'm sleeping, how much, what kind of food that I'm eating, and so on, right? With even let's say any kind of a centralized provider, right? I may not be comfortable with my data sitting on a cloud server and so on, right? So how do you deal with such privacy issues? So those are other challenges. Then there is a question about, is the data representative? Because often, right, there's a tendency, for instance, in the world of AI, you build these models based on whatever certain small segments of population, right? Say you've been able to get labeled data, right, only from, let's say, 2 different hospitals, and you're trying to build models for the entire world, right? So are you really able to generalize, right? Is the data truly representative, right, of various segments, right? For instance, we have seen that some news reports about during COVID, this like being able to test for your oxygen saturation level in your blood, right? That became again kind of a good marker to say, okay, do you have a potentially serious condition, right, brought on by COVID? And it's been pointed out that some of those SpO2 markers do not work very well on dark-skinned people. That a lot of these models, right, have been built for fair-skinned people. So, I mean, there are numerous examples where researchers have shown certain, for instance, face recognition, right, increasingly being used for surveillance purposes, try and kind of figure out, right, who's a suspect. There tend to be a lot of false positives that come up when you're trying to do these kind of face recognition. And again, researchers have shown often there are classes of people where these algorithms may fail in a much more kind of a frequent manner, right, compared to, let's say, certain classes of people for which there was adequate data available. So there's a lot of different kinds of issues that arise, and then finally, are you being fair in terms of how you're labeling? So I'll give one example. Today, there are a lot of startups. I mean, I shouldn't blame startups. I mean, there are a lot of companies which are offering, for instance, HR solutions to help you select candidates, help you analyze resumes and so on, right? Help you shortlist candidates for hiring. Now, there are numerous studies, especially in our field of information technology, there are numerous studies that show that often women are at a disadvantage when you are making kind of these, forget about automation, when humans are making selections. In the world of information technology, numerous studies show that if you keep everything in your resume the same, but change the name from a male to a female name, suddenly the chances of your getting selected for that job go down. And even if you're selected for that job, the kind of salary you're likely to get is also likely to be lower. Now, if you go with what humans have done, right, in terms of selecting candidates for jobs, and you simply build those AI models which are learning from what the humans did, you have again the possibility of encoding that bias forever, perpetuating that bias against women forever, even without like any kind of, there's no like explicit statement inside the code, right? There's no such statement saying if the candidate is female, then lower the chances. These are models that are simply being learned based on the data labeling, right, that has been done. So I think a lot of these real world challenges that need to be overcome, and of course issues of cleansing of data and so on, that need to be addressed before you truly are able to apply these AI models and solve the problems in the right manner.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Actually, in the chat channel, some people have requested your presentation. I don't know if if these can be made available. Amit,
sure.
Will they be available on the public site?
I guess this is being recorded, so the conference organizers will put the recording on the forum, but the presentation by Manish Gupta, Manish will have to take a call on that.
Okay, I think they can then approach him directly.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I think do we have a little bit more time? One question for Sylvia.
Yeah, Sylvia has been answering that.
I answered in the chat, actually, so that's a very to the point question. So I also cited a few studies that can be of interest. So I'd like to leave the latest question to the colleague who asked a question to Mr. Das.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Das, there is a question for you. How does federal structure influence design of DSS in government, as state governments and non-IT departments consulted in the design of information systems? This is from Rajesh Hanbal. Mr. Das, can you take that?
IT systems are normally, designed and developed in consultation with the line departments, and maybe I think with a collaborative approach. I think we believe in consulting departments. We believe in working with the department and inside the department. I think to be frank with you, I think NIC has been recognized as one of their department officials rather than a rank outsider kind of thing, because we work with them closely, and unless otherwise I think we understand their system, the domain, we will not be able to develop a clean system and a workable system like that. So I think consultation is the key, and understanding the requirement is also a key. So working with the department, be it the federal government or IT department or non-IT departments is a very essential for us to work with them and to be with them. Maybe after the systems are, I think, design and developed, we will be behind the system. They will be implementing the system from front.
Okay, thank you. I think we can close that, Amit. So I will.
Sir, one more thing. Somebody has asked a question on gyms also. I think it's a clarification rather than an answer. Okay, we started gyms only in September 2018, not 5 years back. That is first point. So we implemented gyms within 3 months of the assignment, because it was, I think, taken by NIC Kerala on a contest among all states. We won the project, and we developed within 3 months of time. We implemented in NIC across the country, and right now 128 organizations across the country, they are onboarding, and they are already onboarded gyms, which is an instant messaging system. We have got some difficulties, I think, implementing, because we need to address 20 crore government employees. Okay, so that need sufficient, I think, significant amount of ICT infrastructure. So right now we are targeting 2 crore government employees. So that infrastructure, we are making it ready. I think, we will be onboarding the 2 crore employees. I think within a month, or I think maybe 2 weeks ago. I mean, after this time, I think it is being implemented in PMO and the ministry. They are all, I think, keenly watching the developments. I think we are waiting for the PMO to announce it formally to the country. That's what. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much to all the speakers, to Sylvia, Gabriel, Manish, Mr. Das. Thank you very much. I think we can close the session. Over to you, Amit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Day, and thank you all the speakers. I'll hand it over to Dr. Santosh from the Kerala State Planning Board to close the session formally.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairperson, Professor Rahul Day, Dr. Sajeev Gopinath, eminent internationally renowned speakers, distinguished delegates from Zoom platform and other social media platform. We have had a wonderful session on decision support system and analytics. Starting from Dr. Sajeev Gopinath, he has narrated various institutional and infrastructure facilities of Kerala, and he also mentioned about the different way forward for the Kerala and aspect from this conference. And second, Professor Rahul Day, he himself mentioned about the digital transformation in India, and also made the role of open source software for the various e-governance applications. Then Dr. Sylvia Mesirio, he mentioned about the role of new technologies in social protection schemes and datafication and the social protection aspects she mentioned. Then Dr. Manish Gupta, he made a wonderful speech on healthcare expenditure, prevention of cardiovascular diseases, and artificial intelligence for good programs and other various applications of e-governance. Ms. Gabriela Iglesias, she mentioned about the GA for data analysis for disaster management, mobile application for data collection, and pandemic response and disaster risk communication, etc. She mentioned. And the last, our NIC Deputy Director General, Sri Mohanan Das, he mentioned the Kerala digital architecture aspects, standards, policies, acts, framework, and best practices. On behalf of State Planning Board, I express my sincere thanks to all the speakers for this session, a grand success. I also thanks all the technical people behind to support this session, a grand success. Thanks once again. And the next section will begin at 4 p.m. today. I welcome, I invite all of them to participate in the next session also.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. This is Amit Prakash. Oh, I think you're still on mute. I see. Okay. Praveen, you'll have to make Dr. Subhashish Banerjee a co-host. Mr. Apar Gupta, Apar is already made a co-host. Vidushi is a co-host, so that's good.
And Dr.
Subhashish
Subramanian.
Banerjee. You'll have to make Subhashish Banerjee a co-host, and Ms. Subbu join Mr. Dr. N. Subramanian.
I think it might be Subbu.
Subbu. Yeah, is it Subbu?
Yeah, I think I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Dr. Banerjee. Hello.
Yeah, Subbu here, sir. Actually, yeah.
Hi, we can hear you.
There's some disturbance. I think that we are getting, the line is sort of intermittent. Is that fine, or is it the problem with me?
Can you hear me now? I'm hearing it fine.
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Awesome. So I thought if we could just, did you want to try out your screen share or something? If anyone has slides?
Yeah, I have slides. Do you want me to try, or should Apar try first? He goes first, so let me try
Sure.
first.
Yeah. For some reason, I can't see Apar on my participant.
Yeah, I saw him.
Strange. Yeah, Apar, you want to try screen sharing?
No, I don't have slides.
Okay. Awesome.
There would be need. Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
we can proceed with the attempt for screen share with the other panelists who may have slides.
Okay, I'll do that. So, Dr. Banerjee, you want to try?
Sure, why not? Yes, so you should be having my screen there, right?
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes. Great.
So I'll stop sharing now.
Yeah.
Now, how do I stop sharing? 1 second. Yeah.
Great. Dr. Subramanian, did you have slides or?
Yeah, I have. I'll just try.
Yeah. Thank you. Looks good.
It looks good, no?
Yeah. Divij, are you? Can I see Divij?
Hi. Yes, I have some slides. I'll just share my screen.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
Vidushi, did you want to check as well if you had?
No, I'm not using slides. And I'm keeping my video off because my internet connection is not very reliable.
Great. Yeah, I'll give that preview.
Yeah, I'll put it on. I think once the session starts, I just want to.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. There were just a couple of things I wanted to let everyone know. One is that the Government of Kerala policy, I think they are recording the sessions. So if anyone has any concerns about that, let me know and I'll see if we can do something about that. But I wanted to let you know. So what I'll do is I will post you a chat. On the chat, I'll let you know when there are 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left, 1 minute markers. And then I'll collate questions in between and we'll have those at the end. Yeah.
So Janki, I think Mr. Safirullah will
introduce.
Yeah, He will provide the introductory remarks.
Yeah, so I'll jump in after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're all set then.
So we are set. We can start, Dr. Santosh and Mr. Safi. Praveen, you'll have to grant permission to Mr. Safirullah to unmute him. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just begin. Okay. Clear. Okay. Let us begin. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. On behalf of the Kerala State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, I welcome our esteemed guests to the Kerala Looks Ahead conference. We are honored to have you here today in the session on e-governance. Before we proceed to the session, I would like to draw kind attention of all participants towards certain guidelines to be followed in this online conference session. I request all participants to mute their audio while others are speaking. Participants are requested to address their queries through the chat box and use the discussion time to express their views or clarify their doubts. I also request speakers to strictly adhere to the scheduled time of their session. We look forward to an interesting session. Now I request Sri Safirullah IAS, Additional Secretary to IT to Government of Kerala, to take over the welcome address on the session. Over to Safirullah, sir.
Esteemed panelists, members of the State Planning Board, staff of Government of Kerala, members from IT industry, members from reputed universities, viewers, a warm welcome to the session on e-governance, legal and policy dimension, the way forward. Earlier during the day, as part of the conference, we had two sessions in e-governance, one dealing with citizens' access to services and empowerment, where we dealt with various issues, including bridging the digital divide, and later on decision support system and analytics, on how we can integrate the data and put forward a meaningful system, which is much more than individual data. The state of Kerala has come a long way in the area of information technology, particularly in the area of e-governance. Two of the important initiatives done a couple of decades back one was Akshaya project. Akshaya project initially started as a digital learning mission, where the public were imparted with digital literacy. Later on, around 2008, it became as a common service center, which later on became a role model at the national level too, where the e-governance services were provided to the public. Another important intervention done by state was in the schools through the IT at School project. Through this project, IT became an integral part of a curriculum, whereby the kids started learning the basics of computers, the basics of using the e-governance services in the schooling system itself, therefore creating a healthy demand. I would like to highlight three challenges that we face related to the topic of discussion in this session, which is related to legal and policy dimension. One is regarding the handling of sensitive data. As we all know, e-governance services are increasing at an exponential rate. So is the collection of the data. We collect sensitive data, including a lot of biometric data from citizens, from staff, from people from various activities. One of the important things that we need to see is how this is handled in a proper way, adhering to the rules and regulations laid down by the government. We all know this aspect of privacy and data protection is an evolving field, but how best we are able to protect this data is something that is a challenge that all of us face. For example, in the project eHealth, we are trying to provide citizens with electronic health records. Today, in about 200 hospitals in the state of Kerala, we have the eHealth project. This is a highly confidential data, and it's stored in a private network. So storing this in that is one of the topmost priority of the project. The second aspect that we are dealing with is protecting this data. Today, though we have the appropriate protection mechanisms in data centers and other networks like State WAN network, the NKN, but however, over a period of time, we all know this is a cat and mouse game, right? So ensuring the proper cybersecurity mechanisms in the context of evolving threats is something that the IT department is continuously dealing with. Third one, in the context of 1 and 2, that is the context of protecting the sensitive data and handling them, is we don't want to stifle innovation in the startups and evolving projects. If we, we have a lot of innovative ideas, particularly in areas like blockchain and analytics, which are coming up, which requires a good data sharing between the departments instead of acting as silos. For example, we need revenue department to share data with the health department, with the LSD department, and so on, so that the actual analytics framework works. But it should be in the context of the existing rules and regulations. So protecting the data, adhering to the rules and regulations, at the same time improving the innovations and not stifling it. That is a healthy balance that the system has to maintain. So I'm sure that this discussion will help us in deliberating on many of this. We have a lot of experts from the academics and the industry today, and I'm sure that they would be providing valuable inputs to the state government through their advices. On behalf of Government of Kerala, I would like to thank the panelists for spending such a valuable time of theirs in sharing their ideas and also proposing how the IT and e-governance in specific has to move forward. And we are eagerly looking forward for suggestions which will flow out of the Kerala Looks Ahead conference to strategize our way forward. I would like to thank the State Planning Board too at this occasion. Thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Safiullah. Before we start, I have the pleasure of introducing the session chair, my colleague, Dr. Janki Srinivasan. She is an assistant professor at IIIT Bangalore and is also the convener of the Institute Center for IT and Public Policy. Her research examines the political economy of IT-based development initiatives. She uses ethnographic research to examine how gender, caste, and class shape the use of such technologies. Her work has explored these interests in the context of Indian digital inclusion initiatives focused on community computer centers, mobile phones, identity systems, and open information systems. She is currently exploring privacy, algorithmic control, and the role of intermediaries in digital transactions, with an emphasis on the domains of financial inclusion and work automation. Janki has a PhD in Information Management and Systems from University of California, Berkeley, and master's degrees in physics and in IT from IIT Delhi and IIIT Bangalore. Over to you, Janki.
Thanks, Amit. Thanks for that very generous introduction. Thanks also to the Kerala State Planning Board for giving us at SITAP at IIIT this opportunity to organize this. It's been a very interesting set of sessions so far. And like Mr. Safirullah already pointed out, some of the IT initiatives that Kerala has been a part of, it's always been a front runner in this area. And I'm sure that Kerala will maintain this track record as it thinks through the laws and policies that govern the deployment of these technologies as well. So we've already seen that some of the earlier sessions today looked at IT deployments within the domain of governance, asking how is it that we can make these technologies more accessible? How can the use of these technologies in turn then enhance decision-making and governance, etc.? But what about the governance of these technologies themselves? What are the legal and policy quandaries that are raised by their deployment for public service and as public infrastructure? So that's what we hope to examine in this session. And I think, in fact, especially just the previous session on decision making, and also Mr. Safirullah right now pointed out some of the sort of concerns that are raised around the deployment of these technologies. And we are hoping that in this session, we'll dig deeper into some of these concerns. Now, all technology deployment brings with it some challenges, including policy and legal ones. And in a sense, what we want to try and do today is, how is it that these challenges that are brought in by the introduction of digital technologies unique in some ways, and in what ways do they raise challenges that are similar to what came before? And what kinds of trade-offs and tensions does their deployment really entail? So our speakers today will touch on a range of concerns along these aspects, but three themes that will be especially prominent will be freedom of speech, privacy and security, and the ramifications of AI systems and automated decision making. The panelists will draw on their own research and legal work to highlight the unique challenges that are raised by the deployment of ID systems and facial recognition systems, among others. And they'll talk a little bit about how these may affect individuals, different demographics, and indeed the functioning of democracy itself. We will also have an opportunity to listen to aspects of the legal cases that have been filed and judgments that have come about in the wake of the deployment of some of these technologies, as well as policy approaches that have been adopted globally to deal with some of these challenges. And we do hope that together these talks will trigger ideas and thoughts on what some of these challenges and proposed solutions look like in relation to Kerala's developmental priorities with its focus on decentralization and transparency. So to engage us in this conversation, I'm delighted to introduce to you our fantastic panel of researchers and practitioners, all of whom have worked closely on the legal and policy challenges that are raised in the course of the design and deployment of some of these technologies. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, Apar Gupta from Internet Freedom Foundation, Dr. Subhashish Banerjee from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Dr. N. Subramanian from CDAC, Vidushi Marda from Article 19, and Divij Joshi, who's a lawyer and independent researcher. I will briefly introduce each speaker now, and I'll also post their more detailed bios in the chat. Apar is a lawyer and executive director of the Internet Freedom Foundation. Prior to this position, he practiced law for more than a decade in law firms, and his work as a lawyer included key digital rights cases on privacy and censorship. He'll be talking today on the constitutional adoption of digital technologies and strengthening democratic values. Dr. Subhashish Banerjee is a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi, and is also associated with the School of Public Policy at the Institute. Recently, he has developed an interest in policy issues in digital identity, data and privacy protection, electronic voting, and fairness and reliability of machine learning algorithms. He will be speaking on privacy protection in large public service applications. Dr. N. Subramanian is a senior director R&D at CDAC. He contributes towards the preparation of technology foresight and roadmap reports and standardization activities. His talk today is titled Data Security and Privacy Aspects in the Context of 5G/IoT and Artificial Intelligence. Vidushi Marda is an Indian lawyer and researcher who works on the societal implications of AI. She is a senior program officer at Article 19, where she leads global engagement and research on the human rights implications of machine learning. She'll be talking today on biometrics, AI, and societies towards a critical approach. And finally, Divij Joshi is a lawyer and independent researcher who studies digital rights and technology policy. As a Mozilla Tech Policy Fellow, he interrogated machine decisions and articulating a fair and equitable vision of AI in India. He'll be speaking to us today on the law and policy of automated decision-making in public administration. So we'll kick off the session with Apar's talk. Apar?
Janki, thank you so much for that wonderful and kind introduction. In my talk, I hope to, over the course of 10 minutes, reserving any additional time which is left for interaction and questions, be hoping to deal with how the constitutional framework, and I know Kerala being a model state where it takes a very high degree of seriousness towards the constitutional principles, can be a good foundation towards a sound foundation towards adoption of technology in e-governance services. The Constitution for us represents not only a legal document, but actually an aspirational expression of certain shared values amongst us, given how diverse our society is, around lines of ethnicity, economic criteria, and serves as a great basis of articulating values which need to be there in any form of governance, whether it may be in terms of state planning, in terms of resource allocation, but also much more recently in terms of how technology adoption is happening. And it is reflective in measures which are taken then subsequently, in which state governments formulate certain specific policy programs. Of course, a lot of times this does not happen as per expectation and ends up being litigated before court. This is not due to an absence of positive intent by governments. Quite often it stems from incentives or sometimes a degree of adoption which precedes the constitutional understanding and the basis itself, where emergent need, for instance, addressing a human need for terms of entitlements, may be envisioned in good faith by a certain policy, a professional or a state program to be addressed through what may be a form of technology deployment, which may be understood to be dealing with that issue in a very immediate and a pragmatic manner. However, if we do not base it on a foundation of constitutionalism, it runs afoul and runs the risk of not being girded by those boundaries and those values. Now, of course, a lot of this sounds philosophical. So let me come down to the granularity of what I'm talking about right now. Firstly, if one looks at freedom of speech and expression, which is one track which is indicated by Janaki, if we look at litigation which has happened in the Supreme Court, there are two cases I'd like to mention, which also touch upon the issue of transparency. And the first one is the case called Shreya Singhal versus Union of India. And the second case is Anuradha Bhasin versus Union of India. In Shreya Singhal versus Union of India, which happens to be one of the leading cases on the intersection of the fundamental rights chapter with respect to freedom of speech and expression, but also other provisions of the Indian Constitution. Provision of a centrally enacted law principally was challenged before the Supreme Court, which is Section 66A. It was vague and was, in fact, if one studies the preparatory documents of the IT Standing Committee, as well as the parliamentary committee set up at that point in time, intended to deal with a situation in which there were a large number of emails which used to come, which used to be unsolicited and used to clog up inboxes. At that time, it used to be called spam. And these, the nuisance caused by them was sought to be cured by Section 66A. However, Section 66A, the way it finally was drafted, was vague, arbitrary, and resulted in prosecutions for a whole range of matters. Was subsequently justified to be a law which was necessary to rein in online trolling, but also had incidental impacts from the very beneficiaries which were intended by these laws, sometimes minorities, sometimes women's groups, because it was not actually defining and serving that constituency itself. Another thing to notice in Section 66A was it was passed without debate and deliberation. Another accompaniment of the Shreya Singhal case was the power of website blocking, which was in high conversation only yesterday. And another thing which was noticed by several commentators were that the orders and the directions for blocking of websites was not revealed. And this decreased trust for people in the actions of why these directions were issued. The reasons were not there, which accounts for blocked were not there. This similar strain in terms of censorship comes through even in the Anuradha Bhasin case, which was a litigation concerning the telecommunications shutdown in Jammu and Kashmir, but also with respect to the underlying legal basis there, in which the government was claiming that the orders directing internet shutdowns do not need to be necessarily made public. Again, the court clarified that a person needs to know the ambit of the restriction of the fundamental right to freedom of expression, the reasons behind it, the duration behind it, and it needs to be within the proportion of what is sought to be addressed. Here, again, transparency plays a core part. The reason I would like to highlight these two cases on freedom of speech and expression is quite often these problems are avoidable. And as Kerala looks ahead, it should look ahead with legal regulation and integrating the constitutional value of transparency and civic participation in its technology deployments. And I believe it's already doing that. Of course, there have been some controversies on freedom of speech in Kerala itself. However, I feel that democratic values and a democratic approach in which certain committees have been constituted, stakeholder inputs have been received, are signs of a positive intent. And this can in fact be deepened by starting these processes from the fairly outset of a policy design process, where experts such as possibly Professor Banerjee, Janaki, as well as so many people in attendance can provide thoughtful comments and suggestions from the very beginning itself. So transparency is a constitutional value which helps us advance freedom of speech and expression and make sure that our technology deployments can be avoided, can avoid that level of controversy, friction, which develops at a later point in time. Very quickly, the two other cases I'd like to highlight are with respect to privacy, which may also have an impact, as Janaki indicated, on AI-based systems. These are the litigations on the right to privacy, which is the first Puttaswamy judgment, and the second Puttaswamy judgment, which is the application of the fundamental right to privacy judgment, the first Puttaswamy judgment, to the specific articulated legal harms in the Aadhaar project. Now, in the first Puttaswamy judgment, the Supreme Court, in a 9-judge bench judgment, quite clearly links the right to privacy as a much more broader conception, not only informational privacy. It also links to human autonomy in our choice of attire, for instance, or in our choice of diet. And I know people in Kerala especially have a very high degree of autonomy, and this is a political value which they really do resonate with. And I would, in fact, be very, very, very surprised if privacy is not inputted in future deployments, given that even in the introductory note, there was a high degree of focus on biometric storage, protection of data, but the ability of such regulations stifling innovation is where I would like to focus comment from these two cases and the learnings which come through. Of course, my fellow co-panelists who have prepared much better than I have will get into greater granularity. Now, in the first Puttaswamy judgment, the Supreme Court articulates the fundamental right to privacy. It says that it needs to be not only a restriction on what the government can do, but a positive obligation on the government to come out with legislation, provide guardrails and a legal basis for when it collects information, how it stores it, and the safeguards which follow. Hence, what does appear is that legal regulation, even if it may not be completely fleshed out, at least to a certain level of adequacy or foresight needs to be planned well in advance when personal information is being gathered of people. The second is why that information is being gathered and how is it being used. And this, of course, requires, again, deliberation. And there's such a nice complement which emerges from the first two cases on freedom of speech and expression, which also focus on transparency, civic participation, and privacy again, where again these participatory frameworks of public consultations, approach papers, and allowing people from a wide range of expertise who may be technologists, who may come from the private sector, who may be from the academies, who may be international experts, who may be lawyers like me, who can input and provide that degree of foresight. with the Puttaswamy second judgment, which was on the Aadhaar Act itself, several linkages, even in the majority judgment, were struck down by the majority opinion because they were actually not having this legal basis and were not proportional to the intended objective which was articulated. For instance, the linking of Aadhaar or the precondition of Aadhaar for mobile phones or for bank accounts, and if one reads the dissent in the Aadhaar judgment, which is authored by Justice Chandrachud, I think that poses a very critical, far-sighted view of how governments can further adopt data protection standards. Finally, I look forward to the comments by all my fellow co-panelists and would also like to indicate that as we adopt AI-based systems, as innovation becomes a buzzword, we should also think about social justice as well as the constitutional goals as being a component of innovation. Innovation is not only technical. Innovation also is adapting invention to human need. And when you adapt invention towards human need and social circumstances, what can be a better pronouncement of those values than the Indian Constitution itself? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Apar. Thanks for feeding the Constitution right into ideas around innovation as well. I really like that idea. Maybe what we'll do is let's go through the talks and collect questions, and we'll come back to them at the end. Dr. Subhashish, can we go to your talk? Thank you.
Sure. I'll share my screen. Please give me a moment. So is the screen visible? Hello, can you hear me? And is the screen visible?
Yes,
yes, to both.
Okay, thanks, Janki, and thanks, Apar, for laying that ground, and thanks for inviting me. Thanks for inviting me to this conference. It's an honor. So I'll briefly touch upon this issue of privacy in large public service applications. And so these are, this is not a research work actually, these are some thoughts that I've gathered over the years. And most of it is in collaboration with Prashant and Subodh, two young people from my department, and Anubhuti and Malavika from Dwara Research. So I've had lots of conversations with them. And so India, as it was also mentioned in this conference, India has probably been one of the most ambitious in terms of digitization in public life. So we have seen digitization and certainly attempted in the last, ever since electronic voting started around 2005, we have tread waters that most other countries have stayed away from. We are one of the very few countries in the world to have the National Digital Identity Program. Apar mentioned that we have already talked about citizen population and voter registries, and amazingly we have talked about the citizen registry and the voter registries as two separate entities. The Prime Minister has announced the National Digital Health Mission, and that's a health registry. I think a reference was made to electronic health records at the beginning of the session. The Reserve Bank of India has already tendered for a public credit registry, and so this will be every bit of credit that we take, and including utility bills. For example, my electricity bill is considered a credit, and the electricity bill that I'll pay will go into this public credit registry. Of course, we have an income registry. We have the GSTN registry. We are one of the few countries in the world that does parliamentary election completely electronically. I think I'm expecting Vidushi and Divij to talk about facial recognition-based access control and surveillance and the issues related to that. Many countries actually try to develop electronic contact tracing for COVID, but we are one of the very few countries that actually deployed it, along with Singapore perhaps, and Korea. So we deployed Arogya Setu, we have NatGrid and other surveillance, and of course, there's been a civil society concern related to this. So while many of these have legitimate state interest, but these are not easy things to deploy. So efforts such as these have not seen a smooth ride anywhere in the world. For example, the Digital Identity Project in England, in the UK, United Kingdom, faced huge criticism. So they had a similar biometric-based digital identity system. The London School of Economics report in 2005 came up with scathing criticism of it, because of which the UK Parliament decided to scrap it a few years back, even after investing a significant amount of money into it. I think Puttaswamy 1 and 2 on Aadhaar, Upper has already mentioned. Aadhaar went to court, and several of its provisions were struck down. The National Health Service data in UK has been struck down at least 3 times. So they have tried to build their electronic health record, not for the entire country, but for the National Health Services. And at least 3 times, and the last time in 2016, they've had to close it down because of controversies. Australians have closed down their electronic health record system and have not restarted it as yet, though there are plans to restart it with safety measures. India, there are lots of concerns all over the place. Voters' data, now the voters' data has gone online, and that both in India and in other countries has seen a serious amount of concern raised. Linking Aadhaar with social media is a court case in the Chennai High Court right now. Linking Aadhaar with WhatsApp and so on and so forth is being litigated as we speak. Equifax breached their public credit registry data in 2018. The entire data became public. Sweden leaked their personal information data. Their national population registry data completely was leaked in 2017. Sweden also have having a tough time. They also leaked their 2.7 million medical calls and their online health consultation data, audio data in 2019, 6 years of data. RBI's proposed public credit registry, Dwara Research and my young friend Malavika Raghavan, she has written a lot against it. I already mentioned that UK destroyed their national ID registry. Finland, the income tax registry has a serious data security concern and has been in the news now for 2 years with all kinds of protest. Arogya Setu Upper would know best, and he and Internet Freedom Foundation litigated Arogya Setu in the Kerala High Court. And I believe Upper's group has also served a notice to NCRB on their revised RFP for the National Facial Recognition System. So all these are not a smooth ride. They are not easy to deploy anywhere in the world. United States has roughly stayed away from all of this. So they have sectorial databases, but they have not tried to build databases, national databases that spans across. And even the National Security Agency leaked data to Snowden, right? So he was a contractor who could take away data from the National Security Agency. And so keeping data safe, secure, and preserving privacy is not an easy thing at all. In India, the surprising thing is that the response to all of this has been somewhat disorganized, right? So the response from the government and the developers have been, on these lines that the union told the Supreme Court that Indians have no fundamental right to privacy. I think Upper fought that case. Only people who have things to hide are worried about privacy. We have unhackable, trust us, data is safe. We have privacy by design. India views privacy seriously. Look, you use a smartphone, so why are you talking about privacy? You are on Google and Facebook, so you've lost privacy anyway there. Why are you bothered with government data? We are using the highest grade of encryption. Nobody can break it in 1,000 years, was mentioned by the Aadhaar CEO in the Supreme Court. Our data is anonymized, industry best practices, 13-foot wall. There are responses to privacy concerns that are somewhat like this. So this is disorganized, and I think that we have to develop a better vocabulary to deal with privacy, a better grammar to deal with these issues, right? So what can a grammar be? I think Apar briefly mentioned this, so let me touch upon it. It's the Puttaswamy 1 and 2. Puttaswamy 1 laid out the standard that if you have a legitimate state interest in digitization, you're putting it out. Puttaswamy 1 judgment recommended the proportionality test. And the proportionality test is essentially, it says that must be sanctioned by a law. There has to be a law that that supports that endeavor. There has to be a legitimate stating. There has to be a reasonable. For example, you may argue that the National Digital Health Mission is a legitimate state aim. The state has a legitimate aim to keep the data of its citizens to provide them better health services. So then that the state has to argue and clearly establish a legitimate state aim. The extent of the interference must be proportional to the aim. For example, there has to be a rational nexus with the objective. And then there are two troublesome suggestions. That one is a least intrusive for the purpose, and the impact must not be disproportionate to the stated aims. So that's a balancing angle. Now, these are not easy standards to apply. So the Puttaswamy 1 laid out the standard, Puttaswamy 2 tried to apply it. And I think that my interpretation is that it made a mess of applying the standards, and both in the majority judgment and in the dissent. It so turns out that, look, least intrusive for the purpose has a sense of optimality. So what is least intrusive? So there is somebody has proposed Aadhaar for something. Now, who suggests, how do you show that is the least intrusive? Now, this requires you to think of all possible other alternatives and argue that Aadhaar it's indeed the least intrusive for the purpose. And that is not going to be easy for most applications. And applying this test almost always is going to be very, very hard. Now, if you turn out to be, the disproportionate impact thing, the balancing. So what does it require? This requires that you have done the due diligence to protect privacy harms to the extent possible. Now, this, if you leave it subjective, I foresee that the designer will always come and say, look, I have taken care of it. It is proportionate. I have taken care of all things about privacy. I have privacy by design. And the civil society or whoever is opposing it may come and say that, no, you haven't. Now, there is no way to bridge the gap unless you lay out standards for privacy, unless you bound the privacy protection. So unless you say that what exactly is required for privacy protection, right? So the proportionality test requires defining privacy standards in big time. So if I try to understand that what is informational privacy, it has certain obvious dangers like the state surveillance, Big Brother, panopticon. So that's an obvious understanding of privacy, right? Also, there is an standard understanding of privacy. As the beginning of the session, it was mentioned that harm occurs if data leaks, if one's hidden world is uncovered to the public. So these are obvious harm. I think Apar briefly mentioned intrusion into one's private world can cause harm, such that in the Shreya Singhal case, or even in the Anuradha Bhasin case, so that if you block internet, you're actually coming into my private world and deciding what I can do and what I cannot do, also linking of data points. So these are invasion paradigm of privacy. So there is a surveillance paradigm, there's a secrecy paradigm, there's an invasion paradigm. But most importantly, there is a Kafka's paradigm also, that when you do data, many times, there is no direct harm that is immediately obvious, but there is an uncontrollable opaque bureaucracy that is using my data in some way I don't even understand. It dehumanizes me. For example, it says that go get your biometric fix from some office, or it says that you cannot travel in the train because you don't have Arogya Setu. Now, I don't know from where I get Arogya Setu and why it is saying that I'm COVID positive. I have no idea, and how to fix it, I don't know. Also, AI algorithms. I think a lot will be said about AI algorithms. So privacy has many species. It is not just an invasion, security, data leak, and so on and so forth. It is also in use cases, and it's also in what kind of difficulties citizenry is put to, right? So all these will have to be taken care of in some way. So, for example, Arogya Setu, which APAR litigated in the court, suddenly decided that Bluetooth radio proximity is related to COVID infection risk, right? So there is a radio proximity by two devices exchanging Bluetooth with a radio signal. Now, how does that translate to COVID passing risk? The state did not even try to explain, right? So there is a leap of faith from radio proximity to COVID risk. And the state never said that what will be the rate of false positive, what will be the rate of false negative. If the false positive rate and false negative rate are close to 50%, then you might as well toss a coin, right? And decide. So is it better than coin toss? So state gave no such reason, but deployed it. So was it based on invasion of a privacy? Yes, if I cannot travel in a train and I want to, that's an invasion. Is it Kafkaesque? Probably yes, right? So we have to go back and understand that where are these kinds of designs coming from, right? They are all coming from good intentions of the state. They are all coming from our urge to innovate. But maybe somewhere certain critical evaluations are not happening in our efforts, and this is causing us to get into many problems. And typically, when you talk about privacy laws actually follow this 1890s Warren and Brandeis articulation of privacy, and it is mostly the invasion framework. It's a disclosure, which is a secrecy argument. It's based on projection in false right, which is defamation, and based on identity theft. But this is a very limited view of privacy. So as Puttathaswamy 1 tried to tell us, that privacy has many other subtle notions, which the designers, the developers, the government, the deployers will have to keep in mind. So the US constitutional laws give some protection, and India only Puttathaswamy 1 gives a protection, right? So almost there is no protection from anywhere else. And I think this is probably not very important, but it is to say that market-based solutions to say that market will take care of privacy, or privacy can be based on consent, or my market will self-regulate. These are a little bit of wishful thinking, right? So this is something that is probably never going to happen. So privacy is self-management, right? So saying that, I have given you consent, I have given you a contract, and you have said, I agree, and hence I have taken care of privacy. Now, this is often not right, because an individual, if he did not say, I agree, what other option did he have, right? So we need probably an accountability-based framework more than a consent-based framework, especially when government deploys large digital applications. And it must be obligatory on the data controller to protect the citizens' rights. So it's irrespective of the level of consent, especially when you're talking about a large population where digital literacy is a little low. So what's the way forward? Certainly not a sporadic set of lawsuits. It's not the best way to change your relationship with digital bureaucracies, right? So that's clearly not a way forward. So we need a regulatory system that needs to protect individual rights irrespective of the level of consent. And the regulatory system must understand the various pathways of privacy laws. And the privacy protection must be ex ante rather than ex post. So for example, the data protection law that is coming out, there's a lot of it is based on punitive measure, on detection of privacy violation. But once a privacy harm has happened, there's very little chance of giving protection, right? So it has to be protection based rather than exposed action on prevention based. So Daniel Solov is a legal scholar who tries to say that there has to be an architectural solution for privacy. And what should an architectural solution look like? Of course, you have to have a legitimate state MNL law, right? Arogya Setu did not have a law. So anytime you rush into a deployment, more often than not, you will make mistakes. So there has to be minimum necessary information that should be collected and disseminated and practiced, right? So there needs to be virtual identities. Different silos should have different identities so that when you join silos, you join fully knowing what you are doing based on legal sanctions. Otherwise, different silos should be kept separated. Insider attack is the biggest problem. So when people talk about security, people almost always talk about external security, about external attacks, or data leaks, but all data leakage in the world almost happen through an insider attack. The insiders are the so the security to an insider attack is a very, very weak point for all. So if Aadhaar has to protect data, it's not from outsiders, but it's from insiders, and that's a very, very hard thing to do. And ensuring that the data is used only for the purpose for which it was collected, the stated purpose, is most important. It's probably the most important for privacy protection, especially in connection with AI applications. That how do you ensure that an AI application does not cross the purpose for which does not cross the stated purpose? So RG is necessary and sufficient. I think we have to think it through.
I think we need to wrap up.
So I think that I am done.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for that, and especially for bringing up the accountability framework. I'm guessing some of the other panelists might also have something to say to that. Thanks again.
I'll stop sharing. Just give me a moment.
Yeah. Dr. Subramanian, can we start off with yours?
Yeah, sure. I hope the slides are visible. Okay, thank you. First of all, I sincerely thank the organizers and for asking me to speak in this key occasion. So the aspect that I'll be touching upon is more to look at the breadth of technologies that we foresee, and especially the convergence that we see from the communication, from the underneath communication to the application side through intermediate middleware and devices like IoTs, and specifically orienting towards the data security and privacy aspect. So firstly, when we look at the journey of wireless communication systems, we all know that the digitization of the communication paradigm enabled us sending messages in kilobits per second, move to 3G with higher speeds to have smartphone, internet, and wide variety of services. And we thoroughly are seeing a wide proliferation of devices and applications and users, citizens using these kind of scenario now. And we will be gearing up soon with respect to the world of 5G and 6G towards hyper connectivity, where beyond people, we would be getting connected to the devices as well. So what we see as more interesting thing is the offerings with respect to the 5G is fundamentally different from the technology still 4G was giving with respect to its fantastic quality of service, to the bandwidth, to low latency reliability, and the densification of supporting the densification of the devices, which is getting slowly adopted by various sectors across domains. So primarily, when you look at the context of 5G, it talks essentially about three major services. The enhanced mobile broadband, release 15 talks well about it, of 3GPP, where you see high-speed connectivity to the tunes of 10 Gbps and above, and with innovative applications already started, shaping up as use cases in the 5G trials that are being carried out across the world. India also has started the various application level research beyond the research and development of technologies that have been going on in the recent years. We'll be soon also seeing the ultra reliable low latency service moving towards a new scheme of things for manufacturing to telehealth to telemedicine to a next generation of immersive technologies, and eventually to massive messaging type communication, leading to wide variety of class of applications. So what does this all bring is that we can definitely foresee that there is a rich user experience, and then we have various new paradigm of data collection and methods for analysis for taking decisions through autonomous communications and things like that. Immersive experience, bringing in context more clearer along with the data, so that again adds value more from the application perspective to be more guiding philosophy for giving targeted services. So we would be seeing obviously these applications and enhanced capabilities would be touching upon education and training, the way we do telemedicine, all smart cities to smart energy to all kinds of evolving smart paradigm, and also the emergency services from the citizen-centric services. So what does it all mean to us is basically from the key aspects we need to see from the urban and rural as well as from socio-economic consideration. So when we try to adopt these technologies as highlighted by the earlier speakers, we need to also see the context of our country and the state and see how does it all plays a level playing field for all the members, and it is quite inclusive. One other thing with respect to 5G and the communication paradigm is that QoS monitoring needs to be more important, because while there will be a lot of claims, but we need to also have mechanisms and methods from regulatory controls to see that indeed the key performance indicators are kind of delivered, because more and more these kind of paradigm would be adopted by key and sensitive mission critical applications. So we see connectivity to all the citizens and also towards the route, so that you see all these things happening end to end in all the transportation routes and things like that. And it will involve mix and match of technologies, how openness that can happen. So recently there is this initiative of Open RAN, that is the experimentation recently concluded in the European region for radio access network, opening up for multi-vendor interoperability kind of thing. So such kind of things should be motivated and seen that this is evolved end to end. And of course, cyber security and privacy is a key concern. With respect to 5G per se, the good news is that it starts with addressing various vulnerabilities known in the earlier existing technologies, implementation of proper encryption schemes and network slicing and methods for addressing and ensuring security. However, the point that we may have to notice is about the spectrum and the attack vectors may kind of grow when you look at the huge number of components that are getting added and the surface is increasing there. How is it going to get integrated when it is going to leverage on existing vulnerable network? How are we going to look at the supply chain concerns? How are we going to look at the improvements of 5G with respect to the inherent protocol implementation? Though the protocols per se, the definitions may be perfect, then we need to see that there is no possibility of other concerns. So now when you look at the beyond the physical layer and the communication paradigm that is going to connect us with the IoT and AI. So we see a rapid adoption of IoTs across various segments, touch the individuals to various sectors. So you see sector-wise adaptation from critical sectors through IIoTs and SCADA networks getting interconnected with such critical infrastructures of the nations and states. We also see the movement of data. So the jurisdiction of data is important, where the data is residing, where is it kept, and what is happening to it with respect to the movement. It's not only about the cloud. When we combine to it, we see the edge computing paradigm. So we need to look at it from that perspective as well. AI-based analytics, as again pointed out by the earlier speaker, we have concerns of issues related to adversarial AI, concerns related to the biases due to data as well as the algorithmic concerns, aspects related to data orchestration and unification. So now largely the use cases are again getting into various sectors, not leaving any specific sector. Now, when you look at the IoT and AI key aspects, when you look at from the key security concern point of view, you see there are a lot of untrusted IoT endpoints, because these are lightweight, low energy kind of devices. So it comes with a constrained environment, and ensuring security is an interesting challenge. And challenges with respect to adopting with respect to the traditional protection method, because the normal traditional protection method, which one has understood over the years of TCP/IP, may not alone be sufficient to address these challenges that we are seeing when we are adopting it. What are all the environmental factors that may interfere with respect to the devices, and how its maintainability and the correctness of the data that it is accuracy aspects. Various connectivity options. So it's not always end-to-end, you have a seamless same kind of throughput. So we need to see that. And how these IoT interact with the current day practices is another challenge. Now, when you look at from the data perspective, the movement of data, where is it kept? As I said, it can largely get moved to the edge paradigm, where the data gets closer to the user. And then what are the rules that govern such a data? Is it transient, or is it for a longer period of time? And what are the guarantees of safeness and security? Will it have similar kind of safety and security as you have established in the cloud? These are all some of the things we need to see. Personal information being collected, the sensitivity of it, as already has been highlighted. Is it periodical, or is it one time? And what is the periodicity of it? What are the rules that governs the data collection? How do you manage this data, and in case of any breach? So what we see is a requirement of a governance framework to entirely monitor the IoT and privacy. Nations across have taken steps. For example, the Australian state has already taken a step on coming up with proper guidelines for their own state to collect the checklist and manner in which the IoT and IoT can be adopted for particular segment. There are nations where they have come up with sectoral specific guidelines, which may be applicable for a particular, the guidelines may be applicable to a particular sector. So some of these things we need to consider. Now, coming to AI-based concern, it is well also articulated in the NITI Aayog's document of India, which talks about the concerns on biases and the access and the impact of it. The requirement of explainable AI, the methods, and like for example, there are a lot of efforts happening in DARPA as well as other huge industry segment as well, to confirm the algorithmic capabilities, what it is, whether it bringing about the transparency of the decision that is being taken based on the AI methods. Would we be able to see a end-to-end reasoning behind the decision that is being taken? And privacy with respect to data exploitation, identification, tracking, prediction, and largely the concern about the security of the AI. One is application of cyber security cyber security itself, the security of AI itself. Now, so when we see all these put together as a stack, starting from the communication physical layer to the devices, or what we call the middle level and middle layer, and the applications, we have concerns related to huge amount of data getting generated, collected, and being processed, data movement, as I said already, and device communications, contextual informations getting generated, and AI-based inference capabilities. So what would be the possible approaches. So obviously we need to have, as again earlier emphasized, a proper legal framework for data protection. Some of the nations have tried about going ahead with sectoral-based frameworks so that it is very unique to individual sectors. Privacy preserving research is really an important aspect, as again highlighted by the earlier speaker as well. So we need to see how the evolving techniques like homomorphic encryption, as well as privacy-enabled data mining techniques are all possible and being adopted to carry out certain kind of analysis on the data. When you look at the multi-layered end-to-end system security, from security perspective, we need to see end-to-end and component level, supply chain, standards, practices, and compliances. And of course, one needs to see from all this adoption, as said by the earlier speaker as well, that we need to see the inclusivity and accessibility elements being addressed in all the sectors and all the places. Now, just snapshot of some of the references that may be useful for the members would be like in EU, you would see the entire gamut of things happening in 5G with the 5G observatory. There are experiments and field trials done only for the rural context by 5G Rural First. So there are interesting best practices and IoT security recommendation guidelines that have been evolved for the practice of the consumer IoT, taking care of privacy. This maps to all the international standards too. It's a very useful document, which would be useful for any regulator to kind of issue guidelines and things like that. In the US, again, we have various policy level interventions carried out based on 5G wireless capabilities and challenges for evolving network. The risks that have been, analysis of the risk that is getting introduced, a study and report of it, findings of it. DoD's policy recommendations on IoT. As I said, the state of Australia, New South Wales has its own IoT policy guidance, which has an entire list of checklists and practices that has to be followed. And apart from that, a range of standards and framework we have listed over there, which would be useful to see how globally these evolving technologies are being addressed at a different state level as at a national level. Coming to Indian context, making India 5G ready, already a couple of years back, we had the report from the high level forum. Recent work is getting expedited in the area of application layer standard, 5G trials and testbed setup and experimentation. Already various trials have been initiated. And from the AI perspective, again, there are quite a lot of development that has happened, infrastructure setup and application adoption by various sectors. With respect to IoT, we have the IoT policy laid out there. And also towards creation of innovation, we have been seeing quite a lot of hackathons being conducted in these verticals on IoT, AI separately, and cybersecurity as well as 5G. So I leave it at this moment here to have highlighted the gamut of things that is in front of us. And we can take up a set of questions as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subramanian. Thanks for laying out that entire range of global approaches and possible frameworks and so on. Your talk also provides a nice segue to the other two speakers who will be speaking a bit more about AI. Could I request Vidushi to take the stage? I think Vidushi has been having some connectivity issues, so we'll just give her a second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that. As Janaki mentioned, I've been having some issues, so I'm connected on two accounts. So thank you so much for having me, and also thank you to the previous speakers for your excellent, foundation, so that my job is significantly easier. I want to focus my intervention on a stage that I think hasn't been spoken about so far, which is the stage of design and conception of these technologies. And by these technologies, I'm going to be talking broadly about biometrics. And so, when we talk about privacy and when we talk about regulation, I think the assumption is that these systems already exist, that they're already deployed, that they exist in society, and now they need to be regulated. But a lot of my work in the past year or two has been questioning whether the existence of these technologies itself is in line with the stated goals with which we embrace them and invest money in them and things like that. So especially when it comes to data protection, I'm very grateful to the previous speakers before me, because they've done a really thorough job of talking about the challenge of data protection and privacy and things like that. I think when we talk about the existence and the dangers of biometric technologies, however, I think we need to look past data protection as well. It's a very, very important part of the puzzle, but at the end of it, you assume that there will be data collected, there will be data stored, there will be data shared. And so I wanted to talk about two examples from my work that will kind of, contextualize my talk. So the first is on facial recognition, and the second is on emotion recognition. So whenever we have facial and emotion recognition, whether it's deployed by the state or private entities, the umbrella under which they are deployed is usually safety, security, right? So we want facial recognition to be used by the police so that they can identify, potential suspects in investigations. I recently concluded a pretty big study on emotion recognition in China. And there also, it's being used in schools, it's being used in railway stations, because they want, safety in these public places. They want efficiency in how we police these public spaces and things like that. So the first example of facial recognition, I think particularly in India, is very, very topical, because, we're at the cusp of perhaps rolling out the biggest national facial recognition system in the world. We're seeing, in Chennai, it's being used to find suspicious looking people in really crowded places. The Delhi police used it during anti-CA protests, and it's being used in railway stations and airports and things like that. So the first thing I want to talk about is the assumption of usefulness of these systems, right? So I've gone through the tender documents and many of the ministry notings when it comes to actually procuring facial recognition systems. And a lot of the time, there will be a line from a vendor saying, we have 96% accuracy, or we have 98% accuracy. And in a perfect world, even if you want to forget about privacy for 1 second, if you have 98% accuracy of the system, it seems like a good investment. I think what we've been finding, though, it's 98% in a lab, but in the real world, those numbers are very, very low. In fact, Delhi Police's facial recognition accuracy is less than 1%. So I think the first step in really thinking about the use of biometric systems in public spaces, especially by state actors, is to say, is this even useful? Right? So does it do what it will say it does? Is it worth the investment? And then, the next step is often to say, well, if it's not accurate, we can just make these systems better and then use them, right? And that's when all of the arguments that you've heard before come in, where it's, Puttaswamy 1 confirmed that we have privacy in public spaces. Facial recognition as a technology is fundamentally antithetical to the idea of privacy, because it creates a biometric map of your face. So if you're walking down the road, your right to privacy and autonomy is eroded, right? So whether you're a criminal or not, it's not about having something to hide. It's very much about having the choice to stay anonymous, and that choice being taken away from you. And the third is, and Apar spoke about this, is the legality of these systems. So especially when it comes to facial recognition, IFF has done some fantastic work in trying to figure out what is the legal basis for the use of facial recognition. And I think the best that we've come up with, and Apar, correct me if I'm wrong, but the best that we've come up with at this point is to trace it back to a cabinet note back from 2009, which, as we know, is not a legal document and can't be the legal basis of these systems. So, I mean, I've given you many parts of the puzzle, but I think the main takeaway that I want to sort of talk about is when we embed biometric technologies into societies, when we have these deployments, I think questioning the premise on which the deployment seems like a good idea is a very, very big part of how we need to think about it in the future going forward. Of course, we need data protection, but having a strong sense of, is this useful? Is this, does this have a legal basis? Is it in line with all of the laws and the data protection standards that we, aspire to, is an important question to be asking. The second example that I want to talk about is emotion recognition. Now, this isn't as popular as facial recognition at this point. I think 2 weeks ago, we saw that the Lucknow police wanted to start using emotion recognition to identify distressed women. So the idea is, if you use emotion recognition and you see a woman being distressed or seeming to be distressed from her, her facial expressions, there would be an automatic alert sent to the nearest police station, and we'll have the greater promise of safety being achieved yet again. So again, in this situation, right, it seems like a good idea if you can help women who can't necessarily ask for help, or they're feeling uncomfortable, if they're being harassed. Again, like speakers before me have said, it's always with a good intention. But I think when we think about what these systems look like in reality on the ground, it gets a lot messier. So with emotion recognition, one of the first fundamental questions, right, much before data protection and much before even accuracy, is to say, what is the scientific basis for these systems, right? So a lot of emotion recognition, or actually most of emotion recognition, is based on the work of an American psychologist and scientist called Paul Ekman, who back in the 1960s said, we can ascertain what your inner emotional state is based on your outer appearance, based on your facial expressions. So, if your eyebrows are furrowed, if your eyebrows are closer together than they usually are, it means that you're angry. If your jaw is slightly loose, or your jaw is not in a perfect line, it means you're smiling, or, things like that. So that is the basis on which these technologies are being built. And as per the latest figure that I have, this is going to become like a $6.5 billion market in the next 5 years, right? And so we're already seeing traces of these technologies coming into the Indian context in particular. I haven't seen anything in Kerala, but definitely in the Indian context. And often the argument is also that we need to modernize, we need to be efficient, we need to innovate, we need to leverage technology and make our public agencies more efficient. And I think before we even talk about who is going to be collecting the data, who's going to be storing it, how do we ensure that it's safe, and things like that, we have to ask, is this based on science? And research is showing that it's actually based on science that has been discredited. Paul Ekman's work that I spoke about a few minutes ago has been discredited since the time that it has come out. So for the last 50 years, scientists have been showing that this is actually not true. Generalizations on facial expressions, for instance, don't work. Facial expressions are extremely cultural, especially in a country like India, I think, where in many ways, I think we're many countries in one country, which is true for most nations, so to speak. To generalize such a fundamental aspect of an individual, I think brings about very important questions about autonomy, about whether this is legal, whether it goes to the heart of human dignity. And those questions, I think, even assume that these systems should exist. So I don't want to belabor this point too much, but I just wanted to zoom out a little bit away from just purely data protection or standardization conversations. That's a big part of my work, and it's not to say that those aren't important, but I think seeing the bigger picture and zooming out every once in a while is helpful, especially when we're thinking about what we want the future to look like. So I'll stop there, but I'm very happy to take questions and to continue the conversation. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Udushe. Thanks for taking us one further step back and looking at it at a design or even before that stage. Divij, can you start your talk now?
Sure. Thanks, Janki. And thanks to everyone presenting before me. It's really given me a lot to reflect on, and I'm glad that I'm concluding this session with my talk. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a few points to share on my presentation. My discussion today, or my talk, is kind of summarizes, the last two sessions about decision support and analytics used in government, as well as the kind of the value-laden systems that are now being embedded within our digital public infrastructures, which have been, which my co-panelists have spoken about. And I want to kind of synthesize these two panels. So to talk about, what are the values within public administration that are being affected by the use of automated decision systems. And a little before that, just to summarize the kinds of systems that are being implemented within public agencies in India, and why we should be concerned about them. And because this is a session titled Steps Ahead or Looking Ahead, I'll also kind of talk about what we can do then as lawyers, as the government, to kind of be more responsible in our use of these systems. And as Vidushi said, take a more critical look and to try to understand when it's appropriate to even start using these systems and how we should be using them at all. So I'm referring to automated decision making, and I use that term because a lot of the times words like artificial intelligence or machine learning don't adequately capture what's happening or what this transformation within governments is. And essentially, I think there are systems that range within varying sophistication, from simple computer programs to very complex neural networks that are used in machine vision, in biometrics, as was brought up in the last session. But I think there are three critical elements to remember when we talk about automated decision making. Firstly, the fact that there is an increasing amount of agency that's being attributed to computer programs. That they're given increasing amounts of information and increasing amounts of agency in terms of what kinds of decisions they make. That those decisions often have some amount of consequential effect, either because of the scale at which they operate, because these are based on digital systems and which are kind of pervasive, and particularly at the public level, they kind of end up being rather operating at mass scales and being incredibly consequential. And also that we need to be aware not only of the technologies involved, but also the social and institutional context within which these technologies are being placed in. The same technology can be used in a way that's not very harmful. I would give the example of saying a private person using facial recognition for you to enter their shop. It may not be the best thing, but it's not incredibly harmful. But using facial recognition, the same system to allocate benefits or to put people in jail, that's a very different context. And those are the kind of institutional and social contexts that we also need to be aware of when you're talking about when these decisions are made and how they're made. I just want to go through some of the ways in which these systems are being used. A lot of times people say that we aren't using very sophisticated systems, that we don't need to worry about AI. These are problems that happen in the future. But over the last year or so, I kind of actually tried to study what these systems, how these systems are in fact being used within public agencies in India and what their consequences are. And I've kind of plugged some of my work here. If you go to that website, you can see a database of how these systems are being used and some of the concerns that I've tried to highlight. And here, in this slide, if you just go through it, they're used across a number of administrative functions, from policing to welfare delivery, to how we conduct elections, as well as for more macro level planning objectives. So the use of big data for policy, something that the Economic Survey, for example, has, or Niti Aayog also keeps kind of touting the use of big data analytics and all the smart systems, are fairly similar in that they're also making decisions about particular communities or about particular utilities or urban policies. So, there's a lot more where this comes from. And like I said, they vary in sophistication, but it's important to note that increasingly a lot of the task of decision-making by administrative authorities is being delegated to, I suppose, computer programs, or what I've called automated decision-making, or ADM. Now, it's really important, and particularly I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to speak to people, to speak to people who are working with the government so closely, to kind of try to also understand or bring forth some of the challenges that I see this poses to the traditional role of administrators in public administration, right? And I think that there are particularly two ideas here that I'd like to kind of talk about. That automated decision making essentially changes the role that discretion plays in administrative decisions, right? Whenever any kind of power is devolved to public agencies or public authorities, by the very nature of that power, whether, whatever the legal basis is, it always accords certain amounts of discretion to the agents or to the administrative agency that's using that power. Now, that discretion is often seen as something that's not a great thing, right? It's seen as a discretion that can bring in bias. It's seen as discretion that can bring in corruption, or that, that individuals are fallible. But and that may be true in many circumstances, but discretion also plays a very, very important role, right? It plays an important role in the consideration of multiple scenarios which cannot necessarily always be quantified. And I'll talk about what really happens, both, I suppose, at one level, how it changes a lot of the essence of public administration, and why particularly the kinds of systems that we're using today, these private systems, these algorithmic systems and artificial intelligence, why they particularly pose some problems. Now, inherently, I think the nature of discretionary power changes because when you're implementing computer programs, or when you're trying to implement administrative policy as computer programs, you no longer have standards by which you're judging them, right? Necessarily, computer programs act as forms of rules, a particular kind of logic that's encoded within which processes information in a particular way. Whereas administrative decisions are often made on the basis of standard. Is this good enough? Does this provide this criteria to the fulfillment of a particular standard of a particular bureaucrat or an agent, right? But computers can't do that. Computers can never apply standards. They can only apply rules. And the second function here, a related one, is that the rules that are being implied are delegated from the human agent that's making those decisions into the computer system. So the translation of policy, whether it's at like I said, at an urban planning level, when you're planning utilities like smart water or smart electricity, or whether you're making individual decisions about whether X person has conducted a fraudulent transaction, or whether X person, deserves to be jailed for their participation in some activity. Those are all policy choices, and essentially those policy choices need to be converted into the computer program, which involves itself a lot of policy making, right? What thresholds do you apply when you're trying to, say, counter fraudulent behavior? That is not a question that's a mathematical or quantifiable question. It's necessarily a question that's a policy question that administrative agents need to deliberate on, which often involves public deliberation as well. But when you're delegating this only to computer programs, then a lot of that work of policy making goes away from the administration and goes into the people who are making these programs, whether it's a private agent or whether it's built in-house. So yeah, so like I said already, kind of, this primary function therefore is increasingly being devalued and kind of, being devolved to computer agents. And I think that that's, apart from the inherent problem, there are also kind of certain problems that poses to important constitutional and legal values that we espouse within public administration. And so, there's a number of these values which are recognized largely within the field of administrative law. And these principles actually stem from the Constitution. And I think Apar did a great job of kind of talking about what these constitutional values are and why they're important. And I want to build on that a little bit to talk about, important values like transparency. How do these systems work? The public, for example, has a right to understand how particular systems that are making policy decisions for them, as Vidushi mentioned, decisions about who to police or how to kind of, figure out where a place is unsafe. And she's done some fantastic work in that area as well. Those are decisions that are being made by algorithmic computer processes, which aren't immediately decipherable either to the public and often to the people who are actually using them. So as public administrators, we may be, people may be clicking certain, using particular softwares, but not be aware of exactly how that software is working or why it's making the decision or giving the output that it is giving. A second factor about accountability, right? Often because of the amount of agency that's being provided to a computer system, the direct linkage between accountability or between the decision being made and the person who is responsible for that decision, as well as for providing redress if a decision goes wrong, is missing, right? Now, and this is sometimes an inherent problem and sometimes a problem of the kind of institutional context, like I mentioned, the way in which these systems are actually functioning today. So I think, and public administration is always valued kind of making people accountable for the decisions that they make. And I think the implementation of automated decision making takes away from that value a little bit. Non-discrimination is a big part of it. And I think I'll kind of club non-discrimination and fairness and non-arbitrariness, because those are very, very important aspects of any, the theory of public administration, that decisions must be reasonable, they must not be capricious, and that they have to have some kind of foundational basis, and they must be justified. Right? Oftentimes, again, the way these computer systems make decisions don't often provide the explanation for why these decisions are being made. Right? They don't provide the justification for what is the legal basis or the constitutional basis upon which a decision has been made, and therefore they end up being arbitrary in a way that it may not be based upon rules that are necessarily legally permissible or constitutionally permissible, or it may, and because it's linked to ideas of transparency, you may not even know why a particular decision is being made, and therefore it would count as an arbitrary decision. Procedural fairness, again, is something that's often kind of limited in the way in which ADM is used in public administration, because I'll take the example of the National Electoral Roll Purification algorithm that was used, which routinely kind of cut away more than 1 million people's names from a voter list, and then people weren't given the opportunity to present their case, to argue, to see that, to first of all know that their name was cut off, and secondly to argue and say that the reason that it was cut off was wrong, right? And the Constitution of India has this idea called substantive due process, that that people need to be given fair hearing, the ability to present evidence, the ability to appeal in case a decision has gone wrong. And oftentimes when these decisions are made by computer systems or by automated decision-making systems, this aspect of procedural fairness often goes wrong. And finally, an element that we've all talked about, and something that is increasingly, particularly after Puttaswamy, the judgments is recognized within Indian constitutional and administrative law, is the idea of kind of constitutional privacy. So do these systems promote agency and self-determination over personal information? And I would go a step further to say, it's not necessarily only about informational privacy, but also about that decisional autonomy that Apar spoke about, the idea that you should be free to make decisions within your own personal capacity without being impeded by the kinds of decisions that these machines are taking for you. So finally, I just want to spend 2 minutes on kind of how we can go forward, right? Like what kind of structural and systemic protections can we embed within our public administrative systems and legal systems to prevent against the mishaps or protect the kind of public value that we see from a good public administration. And needless to say that these systems can be used in good ways as well. And I've kind of given examples from around the world as to where this has been done. I think, very broadly, there are measures of transparency and accountability. For example, providing, in some cases, they've made public registries of ADM use, like in France or in New York, or in Netherlands. In India, I think one step that we can immediately do is to kind of start reforming our RTI law, because the present state of the right to information law kind of impedes access a lot. And just kind of implementing due process standards as has been done in the General Data Protection Regulation. We have an opportunity to now do that under the Personal Data Protection Bill in India. And I think systematic reform. So, implementing audit mechanisms to get people to really understand how these systems are being implemented and procured, and not to view it as simply a procurement problem. A lot of the times a lot of the ways in which these systems are implemented is to see a particular problem and then see a program that's trying to solve that problem, right? And within that policy, that important policy making task of deliberative policy making gets lost out because it's simply seen as delegating a particular problem to a computer machine. So I think some of those issues can be resolved with things like audits, impact assessments, having more transparency in procurement, as well as in things like clear guidelines and policies on the use of ADM. And I think Tamil Nadu, for example, has taken a good step in this with the safe and ethical AI guidelines. But I think there is a need to kind of have these more hard-coded within laws and rules, and have some good kind of judicial interpretation of these constitutional values as well. So yeah, with that, I'll kind of end, and I'm once again really grateful for everybody's thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Divij. I guess I'm a little dazed by how amazingly all of you have kept to time. And I'm feeling almost guilty for, sort of constraining all of you to speak within 15 minutes where you clearly had so much to say. I thought what we would do is I'll take a question that came on the chat. And then perhaps if any of you had questions for each other, could you also post that on chat, and I could follow up with a few. But since I think you spoke quite closely to what others were saying, it might be worthwhile taking your questions for each other. So one question that came up, and I think this came up for Apar, but maybe others can also go after him if they want to. Do states have to follow the Central Act on Information Privacy Related Framework? Do states have any scope to define their framework beyond policies? This came from Mr. Namashivan.
As per my study of the central list, the state list, and the concurrence list of this subjects which demarcate the broad division for legislation which is available to the parliament as well as the state governments. And whoever this question has come from, thank you so much, because it inputs into something I worked on a few years ago, and we were in conversation with certain persons, decision makers, and we essentially said that no, there is no bar for you not to come up with state-based legislative measures which may actually be towards advancing privacy. And especially this becomes important because there's a existing vacuum right now of national data protection law, and even when and if it comes, it may not be the perfect model immediately. This harks back to the example also of the Right to Information Act, where certain state governments first took the lead in drafting their state-based enactments. Of course, it can't envelope a broader category of legislation more than what is constitutionally permissible. But the long and short of this, and my reading as a lawyer who's done some bit of public law, and I have a note ready on this. So if there's any stakeholder from the government of Kerala who would like to read more on that, please just send me an email. It's already ready, and I would love to send this across to you.
Thanks, Apar. I'm happy to connect if anybody wants. I'll put my email ID here, and anyone who wants that can connect to me, and I'll connect you to Apar. Anyone else wanted to take a go at this question? Any of you, the panelists? So I had a slightly maybe different question, which was I think one of you, yeah, thanks Apar. Apar's put his email ID there. This was more about the fact that so many of these end up as cases in the court of law, and I was just wondering, someone else had mentioned the importance of interdisciplinary teams, etc. But one of the things we know about interdisciplinary research, of course, is that very often all the people involved in it don't speak the same language. They are all experts but come from different places. So I was curious both in terms of how the legal system listens to experts, how does it make decisions and adjudications between what different experts are saying, and how does that happen given that they might not have the same expertise. But even in terms of policy making, etc., when we are talking about interdisciplinary teams, how do you have any tips on how people can actually talk to each other? Anything that's come up in your work? Any of you can speak to this. What are the biggest challenges and what are ways around it to make these conversations actually happen?
I think this is a question for the lawyers, right?
I can try just to provide some context. As I think you can see in my bio, I am a lawyer by training, but for a long time I've worked in technical standardization bodies about, internet protocols, domain names, and machine learning just is the last, the most recent one. And I think one of the things that I've realized is that we firstly tend to box disciplines into, like, we tend to essentialize disciplines, right? So we say, like, engineers don't listen to anyone, lawyers think they always know everything. And what ends up happening is that if we're all sitting on a table, you end up talking past each other. Right. Also because, like, for instance, I'll never forget one of my first meetings. I was talking about discrimination from a constitutional law perspective. And and obviously I'm saying, discrimination is not a good thing. We have to, like, work, on non-discrimination standards. And the engineer was so frustrated with me because in engineering and for computer scientists, discrimination is a good thing. Systems are not useful unless they discriminate. And so we spent like about 1 hour trying to understand what the other was saying. And then we realized we were talking about two different things. And for me, that really kind of crystallized the importance of finding shared language, but also coming up with new vocabulary. So instead of talking at someone from your expertise, as a lawyer, going to a technical standardization body, trying to understand what they are optimizing for with modest results, but I'm hoping that we build from strength to strength. And I think
Vidushi, you're dropping off on the...
is testament to that.
I think we lost bits and pieces, but I think we got the overall gist of what you were saying. Anyone else want to jump in?
Very quickly, just in terms of specific prescriptions, I've seen one public consultation being carried out in a very good way, in which there have been technologists. There's been a commission body which has done it. This was related to public development along a waterfront. It's called the Quayside Development, in which the project actually did not go ahead because there were too many concerns which came in. And I thought the public consultation was devised very well. It was open, and it was also open to the project not going ahead. And it accounted for the people who would be impacted. It also brought in experts with an international set of experience, and it didn't have a preconceived basis. So quite often there is a project objective which defines the form of the consultation, that guys, we are in the room, we are here to look at solutions, and sometimes the solutions are just about building the thing in a way which causes the least amount of injury rather than thinking about its foundational basis itself. So this really complements what Vidushi just said, is that shared language needs to be there, and greater amount of collegiality. But at the same point in time, we shouldn't come with preconceived bias and conceptions, or be like, we have a defined role to play in terms of making sure that the project on which we are working, especially with government funds or public funds, needs to go ahead as a predetermined objective. Sometimes we should open to be also be circumspect and say that, hey, sometimes technology may not be the best solution to this as well.
Apart, what was the name of the consultation again?
It's called the Quayside Waterfront consultation. Okay. It's now disbanded, and it also destroyed the expert testimonies which were given to it. So it followed data protection, even how it was being conducted. So not only did it apply it externally, it even applied it to the interview participants. So these things can be done. And I think so we are waiting for governments in India to do it. And that's why looking ahead, Kerala.
Others? Any further thoughts on this?
I just wanted to share, and I just recently kind of wrote about it, so it's a little fresh in my mind. That when you see technological projects being implemented currently across India, there's a particular, you said that people are trying to be more interdisciplinary, but I don't actually see that happening in the way that projects are implemented or even consultations are happening. And I think, even the starting that point, to kind of deprioritize these technocratic, bureaucratic claims of how technology works, what this efficiency and accuracy and all these kind of number games that they throw up, whether in court or whether in consultations or whether in government reports, and trying to kind of prioritize giving democratic claims some more say in how things are happening. I think that's an important first step to take place. The fact that we actually need to have more public consultations, things that absolutely don't happen in this country, whether at the state or the central level. So I think that's maybe like the foundational step. Something that state governments, for example, can do is actually encode these within the law, right? Not just within circulars. So for example, the central government has a circular saying that consultation is a must, which is never followed. But you can have laws which mandate public consultation on important, government projects or legal new laws. So.
And then follow them in spirit, right? True. We have one question that's come in, which is digital clicking on buttons sufficient as consent in terms of data privacy and use of private data for unintended purposes? Is there a better digital method for giving consent, informed consent? Again, maybe Professor Banerjee, since you spoke about consent, you could start off and then others could jump in.
No, I think consent being informed is a myth. So there's very little chance that most consent can be informed. It will not be informed even for a computer scientist in most cases, if you're doing a face recognition application and so on and so forth. So when a state deploys something, a technology, I think that consent should not be the operative principle at all, in any way. So it is the state's responsibility to offer fairness to its citizens in certain way. And the entire accountability has to lie with the state. So if it is a consent, it is only of a consent like you share my data with a doctor only if I tell you that I'm visiting the doctor. So consent should stop at that level. Now, what data to share with a doctor? How can I give my consent? I don't even know what the doctor will need, right? If I knew, then I don't need the doctor. So I think the consent is when you're talking about the National Digital Health Mission and so on and so forth, it is too trivial a framework to go by. I think that the privacy is not even the main issue out there. I would sort of disagree a little bit with Divij. I don't think that public consultations will solve anything at all. It is necessary, but it is necessary perhaps at a very late stage. I think the trouble that comes up is that when a state proposes a digitization, for example, a National Digital Health Mission or Arogya Setu, even before it comes to the public consultation, there has to be a due diligence of saying that what exactly is the public good in it, right? So there is a possibility of a public good. There is no question that the National Digital Health Mission can lead to a public good, right? But that's not adequate reason for jumping into it, jumping into electronic health record. It cannot be left vague. The exact pathways to public good, what kind of AI will you do? What kind of data mining will you do? How will a doctor exactly use the digital health record? So all the theory of public good needs to be completely worked out by the proposer, even before it goes to a public consultation. So if you take it to a public consultation in a half-baked manner, things don't really, then it becomes a free-for-all. It becomes a chaos. Like, for example, Aadhaar. Aadhaar has a theory, what was the theory of inclusion in Aadhaar? That was never clearly articulated or worked out. And it requires a lot of interdisciplinary, I would say multidisciplinary work, right? It's not only technologists, but it will require, lawyers come in at a much later stage, but it will require economists, it will require sociologists, it will require political scientists, right? So if you're doing a digital health mission, there has to be a health economist. So I think that the theory of a public good through a digital health mission is a very complex theory. And I would say that the state needs to work that out completely satisfactorily before it presents a white paper that is fit for public consultation. Yeah, so that would be my take on it. So.
Any other thoughts on consent? All right, I had one further question and then I will let everyone go, which was, Divij, you were talking about ADM and discretion and so on. And I think one of the really interesting things about a lot of these systems is they start out saying they're disintermediating a process, but there are actually a lot of either older intermediaries or new ones that get introduced in the process. And given all the work that all of you have done on the field, I was just wondering if there are examples from that work that says how the introduction of these intermediaries further complicates everything you've been talking about.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in terms of intermediaries introduced, I don't know about the framing so much, but definitely, you know, I think the agency over decision making is being devolved to, you know, parties which otherwise would not, you know, be either allowed to or traditionally haven't been a part of this decision making process, right? So, for example, when Bangalore gives its smart water mission to an IBM, instead of kind of a ward sabha or you know, kind of different wards coming together to make decisions about how water is allocated within the city, these decisions are then made by big data systems which are fed through, you know, various disaggregated data sets, and a decision that's essentially made through a logical process decided by IBM, right? Whether in consultation with particular bureaucrats or whatever. So I guess to some extent it is kind of that new intermediary is part of like a larger political economy of privatization of public, you know, of public infrastructures and public goods, which I guess for me that's a very concerning aspect of it, because when you start, you know, when you have that kind of privatization, but you don't include the same kind of norms, or you don't hold them to the same standards of transparency or accountability that you hold public authorities to, it starts becoming a, you know, a problem in terms of citizens being able to participate or even having knowledge of how decisions about them are made.
Yeah, I think I was talking about a range of intermediaries, including individuals, right? I mean, if you're thinking about like even using Aadhaar in a PDS system, the person who might have earlier given you some way around certain things will no longer, typically doesn't even know why you aren't being able to access that service. So I was also thinking about individual intermediaries, but yeah, point well taken, I think. All right, the one final question from Amit, and then we can maybe sign off. What kind of trade-offs do you see between privacy and transparency as invoked in various good governance formulations? Transparency, for example, is invoked for accountable governance, but may require making private data public, such as beneficiaries of a food subsidy scheme. Does anyone want to take that?
If there is nobody, then maybe I. But, yeah, so this is an you know, privacy versus transparency is an extremely tricky thing, and I think that the only treatment of this topic that I've seen is with Daniel Solov as a part of his architecture. So he devotes a chapter to this, and I think his solution to privacy versus transparency debate lies in purpose limitation. That anytime you build a system, you declare the purpose, state the purpose of exactly what you're doing and why you're doing, and make the purpose transparent, publish it, right? So pass a law, make the purpose completely known, and the program and the source code and your implementation that implements the purpose also needs to be made public, right? Completely. And then the onus is on the data controller and the regulator together to ensure that the purpose is not exceeded. So I think that you know, this is a tricky thing to implement, but if you do, I think this is the only way you will be able to take care of biometrics, face recognition, you name it. That you state the purpose, make it clear, and give a guarantee that the purpose will not be exceeded in a transparent manner. Right. So this is probably the answer to most things. Easier said than done, but at least an effort should be made in this direction. In most of our implementations that we see, there are not even an effort towards this direction. I think that the effort should start. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, I think with that, we'll wrap up. Thanks so much to all the panelists. I'm going to write to you separately and bug you about some of the studies that you mentioned. I hope this was useful for the conference as a whole, and I think it was a nice way to tie up the two e-governance sessions where we're basically looking at issues around access, etc. This is a further level of thinking about what is the policy framework within which we can even think about access at a later stage maybe. So thanks a lot to all of you for spending these 2 hours with us, and I look forward to further interactions. All right, thank you. Dr. Santosh, that's it from us.
Yeah. Okay. Respected Chairperson Dr. Janaki Srinivasan, Mr. Safarullah, IAS, other speakers, Professor Subhashis Banerjee, Dr. Subramanian, Ms. Vidushi Mardar, Mr. Divij Joshi, and Mr. Abad Gupta. We have had another wonderful session on e-governance on legal and policy dimension way forward. My assigned task is to deliver vote of thanks to the speakers and others engaged in the e-governance section, a grand success. First of all, I would like to thank our Vice Chairman, Professor V.K. Ramachandran. Actually, he initiated the International Conference on Kerala Looks Ahead. On behalf of myself, I express my sincere thanks to Professor V.K. Ramachandran. Next, I would like to thank the Knowledge Partner Institute, the IIIT Bangalore, Professor Amit Prakash and his team, Dr. Janaki Srinivasan and Professor Rahul Dey. We have wonderful interactions with this knowledge partner from the last 4 months onwards. On behalf of State Planning Board, I express my sincere thanks to the IIIT Bangalore team. I also like to thank the technical people who engaged in e-governance section, particularly our division staff, Srimati Prasanna Kumari, Joint Director, Dr. Praveen, Assistant Director, Mr. Shibin, Research Officer, and other colleagues in my division and in my office for giving a wonderful initiation and patience to do all the works to make this e-governance section a wonderful success. Once again, I thank all the people engaged in this e-governance session. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Santosh. I think it has been a long day for all of us, so we can log off, have some coffee, and come back again for tomorrow's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.